And we're live. Hello and welcome to a special edition live stream. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, and here with Fast Abdul. Welcome.
Hey, Maddie. Good to see you again.
Likewise, yeah. Super excited to be hosting this with you. Today we're going to be not only celebrating the 6th birthday of Hex, but also today is a critical day for the ProveX.info sacrifice. That's the
Great.
latest project from Richard Hart that is in a critical phase right now. And so we're live covering the last 3 hours and 44 minutes that people have to sacrifice for ProveX.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to be a big difference today. Today's the day where the sacrifice rate for points, of course, starts to go down. So if people are getting in, doing so in the next 4 hours will give them a better rate than if they do so 5 hours from now. So I think we're going to see more action in the next 4 hours than we may see in the next 20 days.
Yep, that's right. And I would say the most exciting part of this for me is the fact that this sacrifice is so deeply unpopular, not just with all of crypto, but even within the RH ecosystem. And it's my speculation that that's on purpose, that the point of this is to have an RH token that, like Hex, can do many X's in its early days. And I think there's also some pretty interesting tech behind the ProveX project. And so today on the live stream, we're going to be commentating on all of this. We're going to be counting down the seconds for people to get in their sacrifices. Right now, there's been $9.3 million sacrificed. And so we'll be able to talk about all that. We're going to have some guest speakers on, and it's going to be pretty exciting. We're going to have Buck and Dylan on, who are running the biggest pool for this sacrifice. And so they've definitely been discussing this publicly for weeks, like promoting the idea of ProveX. And so they've got the most interesting takes when it comes to having motivated
Sure,
millions
for
of
sure.
dollars to move for this. I think they've got in between 40 and 50% of the total sacrifices that have occurred has been within their pool. And that's partly due to the volume bonus that is available to the top sacrificers in this game that Richard has created. Much like the Pulse Chain and Pulse X sacrifices, the more you put in, the better deal you get. And so it'll be really interesting to see also like what multiplier the pool ends up with, if any major whales come in at the last minute and try to snatch the top spot. If they were to do that, they'd have to put in north of $4 million here in the last 3.5 hours. We'll also see how the pool grows as a ratio to all the people who are solo sacrificing. And I think there's like an infinite amount of context that we could be going over. But this is probably going to be most viewed and most interesting to the players in the game who already understand what's going on, or it's very unlikely that like brand new people are watching this and deciding whether to join. So this is kind of like tailored content for people who are already tuning in.
Agreed. Yeah, this may be the echo chamber, but I think that's by design, like you said, Maddie. I think the low sacrifice amount, Richard could probably get a way bigger amount if he did a couple things different, and I'm sure he's aware of that. So I can't say what the reason is exactly. I have a couple theories, but I think it's low compared to other sacrifices. We're talking 1 billion for Pulse X, 800 or 900 million for Pulse Chain, I think. And let's take a look. The ProveX sacrifice currently at 9.345 million. That's yeah, 100 times less than Pulse X. It's a pretty big difference.
And a lot of numbers have been thrown around because there's a lot of ways to calculate like the previous Richard Hart sacrifices for Pulse Chain and Pulse X, whether you count Hex as one of the tokens that like certainly had value, whether you count the origin address sacrificing $14 billion worth of Hex, for Pulse X. But, some of the lower bound numbers that we can look at, include the fact that of all the cryptos other than RH cores that were sacrificed for Pulse Chain and Pulse X, that was about $600 million that got converted into stables in 2021. Like from the early 2022 sacrifice,
Yeah.
during the past 2 years or 3 years has, we saw it converted to stables, then we saw it converted to ETH, then we saw it go into Tornado Cash to create a little bit more anonymity on chain. And so this sacrifice is notably smaller than that. It's not accepting RH cores. Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX cannot be sacrificed. And all of those tokens have very low liquidity right now relative to their historic amounts. And so, like, especially for whales, this is a sacrifice that, is forcing them to make a decision. Do you want to hold Pulse Chain and PulseX, or do you want to sell at historically low prices? And you must sell if you want to put coins that qualify like stables and ETH into this sacrifice. And so it's really separating out like people who believe that the next thing is going to do well and people who want to stick with the core coins that they already have.
Yeah, by design, it's making people make a choice. Now, personally, I'm bullish on core coins, especially after this bonus phase of the sacrifice ends. But people had to decide: do you want to sell your Hex, Pulse X to go in the sacrifice? If you don't have other tokens on hand on other chains, or are you going to stick with what you believe in? So that seems like it's by design as well. Though there's another angle that if Richard's taking in funds that are going to be used for something like pumping the chain or pumping ProveX, it doesn't make sense for those funds to be core assets. You can't pump core tokens with core tokens. It doesn't really work. There's too much bonded liquidity. So yeah, we shouldn't have any expectations, but I could see the reason he'd want another 10 or 20 million for that purpose.
ProveX, we know very little about it, but what people are speculating is that it's more than a meme coin, that it will have a real utility, that people are learning more about it at the official website, provex.info. People are joining the sacrifice pool at provexpool.com. And people are being very careful to make sure that they don't send their sacrifice to the wrong address, because many scammers will DM you and try to trick you into sending to their address, where you will get no points and no credit. So I think ProveX is meant to be something that replaces centralized exchanges, that allows people to create basically private proofs using math on the blockchain to prove that they're doing over-the-counter trades. And so it could allow people to not only buy and sell Pulse Chain without going through Coinbase, or Binance, but it could also allow people to trade from almost any crypto chain to any other chain. So people could swap Binance for Solana. They could cash in and out of crypto, and so that's a pretty big use case. And this is a pretty unpopular sacrifice, and so that's why I'm getting early hex vibes from it, and why personally I went as far as to sacrifice as much for this as I did for Pulse Chain or PulseX, which is a very unusual position. I'm told that most people are sacrificing about a tenth of what they did for those, and so I'm very bullish on like all the RH projects in the future. I think these are great prices for PulseX and for Pulse Chain. I certainly have like all my hex staked like for many years. I had staked for 15 years and then some. So yeah, so out of everything though, I'm probably the most excited currently about ProveX, and because I think it addresses a bigger market, and I think it's the piece that will come into play to help the millions of tablets that are mailed to people for marketing purposes. I think it'll make an easy on ramp for those people, and I think it could appeal to the rest of crypto as a solution to a problem that they have with, especially with not having a good solution for over the counter trading.
Yep. And I think the one aspect that we haven't gone through yet is that there is a potential fiat to crypto and crypto to fiat route that could be included with ProveX. So we've seen that on other protocols that ProveX is probably based on. That there could be an option to cash out via ProveX or cash in via ProveX, which is a huge thing that could make this into a centralized exchange killer, which would be a titanic place in the market that is currently not really filled effectively.
Right. And the other RH projects that have utility or a unique angle are valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars market cap. Even Incentive Coin is it's worth tens of millions of dollars. And in this case, the sacrifice has brought in just under $10 million. I would expect to see it land in the next 3.5 hours, probably somewhere between 12 and 15 million of sacrifices that are made by users that are not the OA. I would expect the OA to come in after the sacrifice phase, after the sacrifice rate gets more expensive all the way up until January 9th. I would see the origin address coming in with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars in the last 5 days. But
I think in the last 5 days on the chart is when the volume ranking ends. So that's the time where the OA could come in and it wouldn't affect previous sacrificers' bonus rates just during that last 5 day period of time. And that's what we saw in previous sacrifices. I think there's a good chance we see that again. If the OA comes in, it'll be in those last 5 days where the volume bonus is not affected by the participation, but it could take up a large quantity of the tokens just with there being, whatever, a stupid number, 100 million, $200 million that flows in from that avenue. So I can't say for sure they could come in tomorrow.
I mean, I still think there could be a 10% chance that the OA sacrifices here in the next 3.5 hours to crush the bonus multiplier. I think that might not be the best game theory for various reasons, but I think that it would erode whales' trust of participating in the future. But maybe you don't want whales participating in the future, seeing as how whales that got a huge multiplier bonus did us dirty, so to speak, by dumping down the price of Pulse Chain and PulseX so much this past cycle.
Definitely a matter of perspective, but yeah, I agree with you. And the bonus rate is actually increased from 2.5x on previous sacrifices to 3x for the ProveX sacrifice. So it is like could be a whale trap if the OA is going to come in and take that bonus down before the bonus period is over.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and so if I didn't spell it out, like, this might not be the last sacrifice we ever see. I don't have any special info, but if the model works, we're seeing it repeat. I was advocating for another RH sac, even like before this one was announced, for various reasons. I could have seen it happening with or without RH core tokens, but I think that this is uh, really the best game theory we could have hoped for. Again, because it's forcing people to choose between uh, becoming more die-hard holders of PulseX and Pulse Chain and Hex, or sacrificing for the new shiny thing that could also cause the rest of the ecosystem to become more valuable. So one of the mechanics that we see on the provex.com website is hinting at a buy and burn mechanism that would take 1% fees from the buyer and 1% of fees from the seller, that are doing this ZK roll up proof. A proof is like when you prove something on the blockchain, and then it's verifiable by multiple parties. And the bottom line is that the ProveX token would be bought and burned via the 2% fee every time people use the technology. And the technology could go beyond just financial transactions to do other types of proving tasks online.
2% is a lot. Like you move, I don't know, $1 billion through this, and there's substantial financial energy that goes into a buy and burn. That's a bigger burn than we have on PulseX, for example.
Right. Yeah. So that's kind of interesting. The closest product that exists now is ZKP2P. And so that's kind of what this is being modeled after. We're going to have our special guest, Crispy Man, come up here in just a moment after I get to this super chat. And he's going to do a segment for Hex's 6th birthday. And then closer to the top of the hour, we will have Buck and Dylan on. They've agreed to come on the show before the special rate period ends for the sacrifice. As I said, they're putting together the largest pool. The pool allows smaller sacrificers to get a better rate, even though they're paying like a success fee to the pool. They're still getting more than they would have gotten sacrificing solo. And then Buck and Dylan are going to come back on after the day ticks over and do a recap for us. And so, yeah, this is going to be great stuff. So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and make sure to share this out. Because again, this is something that is good for your bags, no matter which RH coin you're holding. Might not feel like it now, but we've got a $20 super chat from Albert Conti. Ironic that so many sacrifices to eliminate middlemen are relying on a middleman's sac pool. That's how much we hate the volume multiplier. This is nothing like the fair Dutch auctions Hex used to launch. I couldn't agree more. I said a lot of words about how I didn't like the whale bonus, but yeah, in this case, it seems like people are joining. You know, about half the people they've joined a pool. The other half have sacrificed directly, and that does show you just how much people they they want to get the best rate that they can.
They're engaged. I think it's interesting to note that Richard's probably aware that people didn't like the volume bonus and decided to increase it in this case. So it's what the meaning is behind that. I don't think we have enough info to say, but everything appears to be very intentional. And whatever you're feeling, whatever you're thinking, is probably what Richard expected you to feel and think. So please reflect on that.
Right. And there's like a lot of psychology that goes into like this whole bonus multiplier and the fact that it's a linear bonding curve. Um and I'm sure we can get into that later if we're running short on content. But at least for now, let's try to see if we can get Crispy Man up here to do some presenting for Hex's 6th birthday, and
Yep.
we'll see if he's ready to come on now. Hello there, Crispy Man.
Well, hello there.
It's great to see and hear you
What
today.
what is up?
Today is not only the 6th anniversary of Hex launching, but it's also the 1-year anniversary of the 24-hour 5-year anniversary stream that we did last year, which turned into a stake-a-thon where people were staking their Hex for 5,555 days, even if it was a small amount, just to pledge their support. I think we had
Yeah.
hundreds of people sending money to their future selves, and this was all inspired by you. So happy to have you on.
Well, yeah, thanks. I don't think it was all me, but yeah, there were a lot of people that had done it. What a difference a year makes, huh? What a difference. So we do see a surge today in people staking out for the future, but it is in no way, shape, or form like previous years, right? Very, very low. And and it's super bullish. Not in the moment, but super bullish long term, because people really are going to just ignore Hex, right? At this point. I mean, I think we're going to see Hex staking, that is. I think you're going to continue to see that people are going to take bets on Hex, and speculate on the price, right? It's kind of hard not to. It's one of the central core tokens of a very controversial chain, run, backed by a billionaire who's very controversial. And you're always going to have this narrative, which in fact we've seen play out in the past. It's not just a narrative that the OA cares about Hex and will, and therefore Hex will perform. It is. We talked about this a while ago, in our previous streams, Maddie. It's kind of crazy, right? We had this like disembarkment, separation, and it doesn't feel great, but we have a walled garden now around Hex staking. And I don't know, people listening can think about it for themselves and come up with their own ideas, but you could just kind of, I start talking about Hex staking, like a third of the people might be okay with it. A third don't care at all, and a third are against. Right. So, I mean, so what's happened is we're becoming, the staking is becoming rarefied. Right. And so why is that bullish long term? Bullish long term, those people who continue to do it, assuming crypto survives, Pulse Chain survives, Hex is successful and survives in terms of year over year, continued use and prices and speculation, right? Well, at some point, those guys and ladies will be the only ones receiving new Hex. So, and in quantities that will far outpace those who don't stake because they're the only ones that get it, right? So the ones who stake are the ones that get it. Now the issue that we're running into now though is, man, people look at the chart and they're like, well, it's down 99.9999% because you can't go to, I don't know, that's not the real number, but you can't go to minus 100% unless it's completely delisted,
We
right?
can try.
And we can try to get it. We can try to get it done. And then and so then people are like, oh, this is just stupid, right? I mean, so if they believe in the narrative that the prices will go up, and a lot of them do, they're just buying and holding liquid, you know. And so and it's really hard to argue with anybody, I think, that hey, listen, if you get a 10x, you should be staked up, right? Because then they can't, they're living in the the next few months, the next year, next couple of years kind of range, and so they're looking like how they're going to double, how they're going to get their 10x, how are they going to get their 100x. So anyways, and I think in the hex world, I don't think I could be any more bullish on hex than I've ever been than now. But it comes with the caveats, right? It comes with the caveat that we see the performance and people continue to participate the way they are participating, which just means that those who are in, are going to be the ones who receive it. Yeah, so I'm super bullish about it, but I get it. I get why people would not be. So, not financial advice, right? For those of you who say, hey, you're giving financial advice anyways. But I'm just saying that I like it, right? And I think long term it could be from a units perspective, it's a huge opportunity. The other observation that's kind of gelled over the last months has been that hex really has like a 15-year cycle. We've talked about that before, and we say that because it's based on the Quattro Cinco, which is 15.2 years. So roughly you can break those up into 5-year groups. So 3 phases. First phase is done. Distribution phase, bootstrapping phase, done. Right? You can kind of draw the line on that first phase being completed when the OA staked and change the rewards forever, because you have a whole class of people in the past who had staked, and the longer they were staked earlier, received a lot of hex in terms of reward. Some of those stakes were pretty high, and that people were making 50 or 60% APR. And which is per year, right? Simple APR. And now when you go to do staking, this new phase, we're in a phase where I think a Quattro Cinco is 4.8% at the moment in terms of hex, right? Very, very competitive with treasuries, with exposure to hex, which means exposure to crypto gains, which means the volatility of crypto, and we're at these extreme lows. So yeah, I think there's some opportunity for those who are interested in that part of the game.
Do you so on this special day today where it's Hex's birthday and it's a deadline for the ProveX sacrifice of not the only deadline, but it's a major one. Do you think, or do you have any data to show whether sacrificing for ProveX is less popular, the least popular thing, or staking hex is the least popular thing right now?
Good comparison.
I think the ProveX sacrifice by far people are more interested in. Even with how that's coming across. I mean, we do have stakes today. People are staking. We have seen an inflow of Quattro Cincos. We've got maybe a dozen or so that have come in. We've got a good amount of hex that has been staked today, but I know you may not be following what I do and what I'm talking about normally, but we just haven't been seeing much in the way of T-shares being created out into the future. Staking is way down. People who are staking are preferring to do shorter time frames, in order to have access to their hex. Now, there's some tools. I'm not going to get into the other stuff that I'm streaming about here, but there are tools out there that have also come around that pay pretty good. Like the LPX pool, where people are able to earn with that, or go into the actuator protocol, which is a hex-based system that's kind of like bond trading. So there's plenty of opportunities. But yeah, I think scale of 1 to 10, interest in hex beyond just holding is about a 2. And I'd say ProveX probably around a 5.
All
Mr.
right.
Mr. ProveX.
Right.
So yeah. And I was listening to you guys for a little bit on that. I mean, the whole ProveX thing is pretty crazy because we talk about this being a sacrifice and an opportunity, but we have no details, about what is happening with ProveX, what it's going to be. Then we of course we have infamous posts like it's a trap. It's and so some people read Trojan horse as this is a Trojan horse to bring people onto Pulse Chain, and then I look at it, I'm like, well, maybe it's a Trojan horse to get people off Pulse Chain, right? Who know about
Why
it,
can't
and
it be both?
again, maybe it's both, right? And which just doesn't make it really clear to anybody. And a lot of people have been asking, I get a message every day. Are you going into ProveX? Are you doing ProveX? It would be silly not to have any exposure to it, I think. And if you believe in Buck's team and you're willing to have, be in a pool, that's a good avenue to go in. People got to decide for themselves. But yeah, I can see why I can see why there's not $100 million going in. I mean, which
we intentionally don't have enough details. It seems like it's
exactly.
Very intentional that we have to make our own assumptions and own decisions because it's not all laid out. We have more information now than we had a month ago, but not by a lot.
Yeah,
little bits.
Well, and everything's set up to be belief based. The setup, I don't know if it's intentional. Maybe it is. It would seem intentional, but you have that situation.
So maybe I could make the argument that we know as much as we could ever legally know for a sacrifice, in the sense that there's legal wording here, and just yesterday we got this website put up. I'll see if I can share it here. ProveX.com is showing a graphic and a use case and a large addressable market and all these kinds of things. I agree that from a normie perspective, we know nothing. It says we get nothing, that kind of thing. But as far as 4D chess or whatever, I think this feels like maybe a medium amount of info. And it feels like the timeline is shorter, given that Pulse Chain, when it was during its sacrifice period, we thought it could launch soon, within a couple months. Nobody dreamed that it would take a year and a half or two. But in this case, Richard has made comments like, oh, a token could be, coming out before the actual tech is ready to go. And I think that got people a lot more interested in sacrificing than they were before that statement was made a couple days ago or a day ago.
Well, and I know somebody else who did something similar recently, and that's turned out pretty good. Getting a token launch before the protocol. Pretty much, if I don't say to you, I 100% support this, everybody go in, then anything I say is construed as negative. But I don't mean it to be negative, right? So I don't mean it to be negative.
That's great.
I'm just saying that I support it, but I'm going to give you some of the side comments that I think of in my analysis, right, of something I don't know a whole lot about, but what you're showing on the screen is a lot of people put things on the screen.
That
And
that keeps it very balanced, I think.
yeah, and in the past, Hex was going to launch, and I'm not complaining about it. I understood why, but it was going to launch in 2 weeks. There's a reason we have the 2-week meme, and PulseX turned out to be something really similar. I mean, how many of us really thought that Pulse was going to launch within a month of when it was announced, based on other conversations, right? That were kind of similar to this. We're like, oh, you announced it. It's going to be a month, and it's going to be forked, right? Well, it was not a month. It was many
I was wrong
months.
on that. Yeah, I thought it
Yeah,
would
and
be soon.
I'm not picking on you at all. I don't even remember if you had said that. But I'm saying is we thought that. I thought that. Like
Yeah,
this was going to go fast. It didn't go fast, and then everything else came kind of slow too. Now maybe that's the way things are. Um, so now I'm like, wow, ProveX is coming. This might be 2 years for them before ProveX comes live. I don't know. Is it going to be 2 more months, 10 more months? And see, I can see it on people's faces if I say that. They're going to be like, "Oh no, no, it's coming. Don't say that because that's negative." Well, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
feel like
But
the token being out early seems like a likely thing based on several posts from Richard. Like
sure.
most recently, the one from the ProveX X account that basically said that the token could launch immediately after.
Hmm.
He usually wouldn't
Well,
give that level of certainty.
yeah. I mean, people would say, "Well, Richard's let us down in the past," but let's talk about factual stuff. Did Hex launch? Yes. Did Pulse Chain launch? Yes. Is there a DEX? Yes. Do these tokens exist? Yes. So you can go. So I have no doubt that this will come into existence at some point in the future, right? I mean, I give it very high chances, right? I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be interested in it at all. But exactly how it's going to play out, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
and like if the token did launch, like what would be the window between the token launching and the tech launching? Like 3 months, 6 months, 2 years? Because that would definitely, affect price action
oh
and
yeah,
people's belief as well. If it
yeah,
was like 3 months apart, or even 6 months apart, that's like a window where I think people would be pretty comfortable with the token existing before a protocol. But confidence would wane after, a certain period of time.
yeah, yeah. And so on the plus side of all this, I love the idea that something new's coming out and I'll have exposure to it. But would I, if I had $1 million on the table and that's my bag, my whole bag, am I going to put $1 million in? Probably not. Probably not. Right. And
Yeah.
so, but it might be the best decision ever. Right. And so,
Well,
because
I
I,
mean,
because I
if
don't
10
know.
million was already in cores, though, like think of it like if you had $1 million in stable coins right now, and this is just speculation, not financial advice, just like to look at it as a concept. You had $1 million in stables, and you're like, okay, I could roll into the sacrifice and see what happens. I'm sacrificing for points. So that's one level of risk. But if you have $1 million in Hex, Pulse X, to move that over to do this, I think is a higher risk scenario in
Oh
my
yeah. Yeah.
mind because
Well,
you're
you got double.
losing the upside on that. You're trading it for an unknown upside on something else. Where
Yeah.
stables are going to be worth
Double.
$1. Like that's what they are.
Yeah. It's a double.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the last guy who Crypto Artie was posting, one of the and this is kind of the thesis that Buck has, I think. He's going to talk about it when he comes on, but it's bullish that 95% of the people aren't interested, right? Because it just means
Yeah.
you've got a piece of a smaller pool of people. So I think when I've been looking at it or thinking about it, and we have all these different things that we don't know. Um, I land smack in the middle of. I don't know if the most optimum thing to do is to not participate and wait for a dump and participate, or to participate heavy so that I get supply up front. And so I'm a middle guy, right? Go in the middle, and do to take a stab at what I think is reasonable. That's why when I've talked about it, I said, well, Every time I look at any financial news, somebody's sending me an article that says, if you had bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin
Yeah,
in 2010, it would be worth this. And if you
it's the
had
whole
bought,
if you had a crystal ball argument,
yeah,
right?
yeah, I mean, if you had bought $1,000 worth of Apple in 2004, it would be this. And if you had bought, blah, blah, blah. So everyone's DeFi, do your own thing. Having a bit of exposure, probably not a bad idea. Don't know what'll happen though, because there's no
Moderation
promises.
seems like a good concept, right? Like, the concept of DC dollar cost averaging into something, of going in a little bit so you don't miss out, which is partly a mental experience. Like, everybody knows that they could buy the dip if there is a dip on something like this, but you don't know that there's going to be a sustainable dip. So, like,
Yeah.
to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, keep my cores, put a little bit in, the ProveX sacrifice seems to me like the safest play. I have diversification. I have things that I believe in that I'm not selling, and I have exposure to the new exciting thing.
Mm. Well, you have this. I think part of the thing about unknowns and mystery are actually very bullish, right? So we know there's only going to be a certain number of people that'll participate. There'll only be a certain number of tokens that'll come out. Those tokens will be given to people who participated, of course. Um, it's implied or it's believed that the token will be on Pulse Chain and will be tied in with reasonable liquidity in a way that it could pump very, very high, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this opportunity is when it gets launched and everybody has the token. Yes, traders will trade, but would you give up that position not knowing what the end game is yet? Maybe not. Not unless you get exhausted, right? And you're like, I'm out. Um, so it's likely to be pretty sticky for a while, right? And if there truly is buy and burn and additional hype, it could become into some sort of a cycle, right? Which could go
Yeah,
very high.
totally. And
But
the buy and burn is pretty interesting at 2%. Like, if
yeah, it's
just
big.
for like a vague concept of something that could happen, let's say like Richard's rumored to be a billionaire. Were he to push $1 billion through this himself for his own whatever his purposes are, that would be $20 million in buy pressure, right? Which would be like the equivalent protocols do about $5 million a year in action, or $5 million a month in actual usage, right? So if, like, if he could put through $1 billion all at once or in a month or in a year, like, and it created $20 million in buy pressure on that token, that alone would be pretty interesting. Not to mention the effect on other core tokens that would likely be part of the bonded liquidity for this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see the note from Seven there about the dip. Yeah, you're probably right, buddy. I mean, maybe this is the unicorn, right? Where you get the minimal dip and off it goes, right? Who the hell knows, right? It always going to come down to the people, and so there will be people that are obviously going to take profits, right? And the problem is we're all pattern matching. Either I'm looking at the pattern of the negative stuff that's happened in the past, and I'm like, well, of course it's going to just dump, right? And so it's going to be cheaper, or you're pattern matching to what happened with the Pulse launch, where it pumped for a little bit and you could have gotten out with reasonable gains, and then waited and bought everything back cheap, right? And there's probably a bunch of other things we could kind of match it up with, right? So
When everybody can see those patterns, I think if you're the only one who figured out the pattern, like, sure, like, you might have an edge, but like all the things that we're talking about of like, oh, the past sacrifice did this, the past launch did that, like, everybody's looking at the same thing. So that alpha becomes, much less useful. It's going to be front run in 1,000 different ways, and it may not turn out like it did last time. It's, when you're dealing with somebody that, has $1 billion and, the social reach that Richard has, I think there's a lot of ways all of this could play out. The Trojan horse that he posted earlier could have multiple meanings in my mind. I'm not
or
quite sure
or
what
or
it's.
or no meaning, right?
It's also possible. Yeah.
I think like for the topic of like a post launch dip in the ProveX token price, I would really think that how things shake out today will very much affect that, because if there's a ratio of 20-1 people who are saying I'm going to buy the dip versus there's 20 people who are sacrificing and only one person who wants to buy the dip, that would massively change, even if there's no OA money coming in, even if there's no outside interest, even if the protocol is not functional when the token starts trading. And, how many people are, what's the time preference of the people who are getting into the pool that gets the most points? If then again, if like the OA, I'm giving it a 10% chance the OA comes in and squashes everybody's points down to like
Yeah, speaking of
equal
the OA,
across the
Richard
board.
just dropped a video. Super
Yeah, did
Hex
you
Win
grab
is
it?
said in the chat. I
Oh
dropped it in
yeah.
the private
Yeah,
here.
Oh,
I mean,
beautiful.
you might want to
could be
play
interesting.
it. He's
Yeah,
watching. He's watching us.
let's do that.
So
Do we know if it's on Twitter or
it's on
YouTube?
Twitter.
I just
Yeah.
dropped a link for you.
All right, breaking news, everybody.
Hey,
Uh, a 47-minute video. What?
okay, wow, that's one way
And
to
it
kill.
it looks almost identical to the video that he posted on May 7th, where it's uh like he's got the same facial hair, he's got the same shirt on. I'm wondering.
Did
That's
he
very
pre-record
interesting.
this like a year ago? That would be
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm thinking more is this what is the avatar thing that I did for the Hex conference almost 2 years ago now, like uh could be in play here, but let me make sure I'm sharing audio. Let's see. There we
I can't wait for the
go.
conspiracy theories to come from this. Hey,
oh
look,
yeah.
Right,
he's wearing a barber's bib, right?
right. Can you guys hear this?
No,
No,
You can't hear?
no.
no.
Okay.
Maybe I'm going to get some more information right now, and then I'm going to go nuts for an hour until I can accumulate enough stuff to send into the sacrifice. Maybe that's what's going to happen.
Let's see.
Hello, everybody. Richard Hart
Can you hear
here.
that?
I hope you've noticed at
Yes.
ProveX.com, there's a cool new project. It uses zero knowledge proofs. It does stuff blockchains can't do. It does stuff off chain and then puts it on chain with a token, burns a token, and all this other cool stuff. It's being given away for free to those that have sacrificed. What are they sacrificing for? Go check it out. I think that's like $8.5 million worth of sacrifices so far. ProveX.info. So ProveX.info is where people are making a political statement by throwing their money away. 8.5 mil so far. And then ProveX.com is the free token that's being given away.
I think it's really him.
Or in the sacrifice set. So what to do? You can go check it out. You can see what other people are using the software for now. So if you look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin was a conglomeration of a bunch of free and open source software. They used a free and open source front end called Qt that only ran on Windows. It was programmed in C++. And then they used open source databases. Everything's open source, right? So we stand on the back of giants. The breakthrough with Bitcoin was handing out tokens to on-ramp people for free. So there was a time when the Bitcoin existed and didn't have a price, but people still participated in the network because they had a belief. They believed in, I don't want to say self-custody because it's inaccurate, but holding your own knowledge, your own private keys, which these days are generated by seed words, back when Bitcoin was invented, there weren't seed words. The generating of keys deterministically from seed words wasn't adopted yet as a Bitcoin improvement proposal. So, long story short, the breakthrough with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin was that you could prove people aren't double spending their coins by having a proof of work, which proves that the coins haven't already been spent. And then you wait so many confirmations until the economic energy of all of the blocks that are stacked up top of the one that you care about is enough for you to believe that it's not going to be rolled back. And right now, with Bitcoin over $1 trillion, it's a lot of economic energy every 10 minutes. It's pretty funny to wait 10 minutes for a block, to tell you the truth. In Pulse Chain, for instance, we have blocks every 10 seconds. It's a lot faster. Is it 10? Pretty sure it's 10. It depends on how quick people find. It could float a little higher, a little lower, like half a second or so. So the breakthrough in blockchains, particularly Bitcoin, was that you have proof of work, doing timestamping, proving that people aren't double spending their coins, and you on-ramp new users because they can mine their own coins for free, at least in the beginning, or they could mine coins out of thin air by enriching electric companies and mining companies, proof of waste, you could call it, later on. And it worked. You know, you've got multiple $1 trillion of valuation. It worked. Now, what are some new crypto primitives that exist that didn't exist then? Well, zero knowledge proofs. So for instance, you know, one of the biggest problems with crypto is if you want to de-risk or risk off or whatever, or get into something that's guaranteed to go to zero over time, but does it slowly, the dollar, you need to go through a centralized exchange because there isn't any counterparty risk-free, decentralized on-chain exchanges for Bitcoin that have any volume or have any adoption. The devs actively don't want people building things on top of Bitcoin. They reduce the amount of data that you can put into the chain, and that works well for other chains like Pulse Chain because it makes it easier for people to launch tokens on it with like pump.tires, or, you know, use the tokens that are already there. It's a full system state fork of Ethereum. So if you got any coins on Ethereum or Ethereum itself around 2 years ago, you got free coins on Pulse Chain. So what am I? This is a really long story. This is how it goes when you're speaking from the heart with no script. So long story short, what was the breakthrough with Bitcoin? Giving out tokens for free to on-ramp users, solving the Byzantine generals problem with double spending, so people could prove that their coins aren't being double spent. And now, what is this technology, the zero knowledge technology that ProveX is built on? What can it do that Bitcoin can't? Well, it can solve that counterparty risk problem. It allows you to prove things that blockchains can't prove. So many years ago, I won't say many, but a few years ago, people developed technology which allowed you to issue cryptographically secure proofs from secure certificates that you see every day with email, or you see every day with websites. So when you receive an email, or when you go to a website, that little lock, that little SSL lock, you can do things with it that people aren't aware of. And that's really the breakthrough here. You can issue statements of proof from those certificates regarding what is in the statement. So if you go to a web page and it has an SSL certificate on it, you can prove that that server said that thing. And if you put it on the blockchain at that time, or at least no later than that time, and so you could solve a lot of other trust. So blockchains solve double spending trust and timestamping trust and when things happen trust, but they can't solve for you without this other technology that runs alongside them and makes them more powerful and can do things they can't do. So if someone, let's say you wanted to trade crypto without a disgusting middleman in the middle, say an exchange, the guys that get hacked, de-anonymize you, ruin your privacy, ruin your security, lose your coins, ask you a bunch of weird questions. It's the least enjoyable part of cryptocurrency. It doesn't need to be that way. You can trade directly with someone else. So the problem with trading with someone else is you have this issue of trust where, well, they say they sent the money. Did they send the money? They said this. They said they send the. How can you prove they sent the money before you send your coins? Well, ProveX. ProveX allows them to sign a statement from an extension in their browser. You can do it other ways too, but this one's one way you can do it. That proves that they sent the money. And so, if two people perform a trade, and it's not just restricted to cryptocurrency exchanging, or is that even the right word? Basically, anytime someone wants to prove that they did something, as long as you trust the server that's issuing the proof. So let's say if someone said they PayPal'd you something, you could pull proof from the email they got from PayPal's email server or from PayPal's website itself. You could issue a cryptographically secure proof from either of those two things that showed that indeed this was paid. And because of the zero knowledge property, you don't have to declare any extra information. You don't have to show a screenshot, which could be faked, by the way, which is what's so interesting about this. So blockchain solved double spending, ProveX zero knowledge tech, and I prefer to brand it just ProveX because I'm not here to advertise zero knowledge tech. Just like Satoshi didn't advertise the database he was building on, and Satoshi didn't advertise the Qt GUI graphical user interface software he used. He didn't advertise the cryptographic primitives that preceded his work. He wasn't out there advertising SEC P256K1 as a curve, right? He made a brand and he promoted the brand, and the underlying tech that was underneath it, he didn't spend any time promoting that. And ProveX, I think, is kind of the same thing. The open software works. The open source software works. It's in production. People are using it today. You could go try it yourself. A version of it that doesn't have a token, doesn't have any token burning, and doesn't really have any users, barely. You can go to ZK or zkp2p.xyz. Bad brand, bad URL, but it's the same situation. It's an underlying cryptographic primitive that has some users, but is missing the parts that would make something grab, make something bite. People like tokens because it gives them something to talk about that in some cases there's an advantage for them talking about. So for instance, would I have a YouTube channel if I didn't have any Bitcoin? Probably not. Right? So when you are part of a network, when you're part of a movement, you're much more excited to talk about it if you get more vibe, more rewards, more enjoyment, more community, all the things people care about. Some people gains. If there's a price for a thing, Bitcoin was around since before it had a price. The technology that ProveX is built on has been around, and it doesn't have a price. So it's cool. It's very cool. It's one of the few things in crypto that is new and innovative and doesn't have 1,000 competitors. With layer twos, 1,000,000 competitors, and the charts of all of them look like trash. With layer ones, 1,000,000 competitors, and the charts of the vast majority of them look like trash. It's very competitive. So, people kind of have this backwards understanding where they want to buy when the price is higher because it shows product market fit. It has the fear of missing out. And people aren't as interested to buy when the price is lower. And it's the same when you launch a new and innovative 0 to 1 instead of 1 to 2 kind of thing. It didn't exist, now it exists. This type of technology, it doesn't have, you can't point at like Ethereum and go, look, there's the competitor, and look at our addressable market, our addressable market share or whatever. I can't remember the fancy word VCs use for it, but it's like, how much market could you capture? And anyone that's experienced in VC will tell you it's a very dumb way to think about things, but that's the way a lot of people think about it. Like, how big is the thing you're attacking? Well, it's kind of better to do the thing that no one else is doing, because then you have more pricing power. So like if you go on provex.com, they're talking about a 2% buy and burn, 1% on each side. That kind of pricing power is awesome. I mean, it's very good pricing power. And in other places like Ethereum, that is now rolling out a new upgrade called Fusaka, it's going to increase the amount of data that people can store by sparsely sampling it. And you're like, well, is that going to add economic value to the chain? I mean, what's the number one market cap cryptocurrency? Well, it's Bitcoin. And do they ever increase the throughput? Almost never. Almost never. And are the fees cheap? Usually not. And is the price the highest? Yep. It's simple supply and demand. If you keep increasing the supply of block space, it literally becomes too cheap, to tell you the truth. Now, in theory, there's infinite demand for free space, but in reality, we haven't really seen the nearly free space get infinitely demanded on a lot of, ghost chains where there's nothing going on. So, you know, I think it would be nicer for people to pay to use the Ethereum blockchain, because otherwise, how do you get the value to go from the things using the chain to the actual native token of the chain? I think people like, I remember when ICOs used to launch on Ethereum and there'd be 1,000 Gwei to get a transaction in, and it gave people a reason to buy, you know? So, yeah, long story short, no matter what industry you're in, you can underprice things. There is a price at which you're doing bad for yourself and the industry and the customers. You want to be able to afford R&D, it helps to have a price. You want to be able to buy ads to compete with other things, it helps to have a price, to not be free, which is why in capitalism you see almost no free, because those things die or never, they get crib death, they never make it, you name it. So, long story short, it is very fun and very nice that there is a new cryptographic primitive that doesn't have a token that I'm aware of, um, except for this new free one being given away, ProveX.com. Good domain name, good logo. And you can go use the tech. You can go to zkp2p.xyz and try it out. But that, I don't like a lot of the things that they did. I think that they could be much better. So someone should make them better. What a good idea, you know? It's just like Satoshi saw open-end free GUI software and a open source database. And then he's like, oh, there's a proof of work thing that they use for email where they just, use CPU cycles to prove that you're not a spammer, that you're a real person. So it introduces a cost. And you're like, yeah, you can combine those things into a nice blockchain. He combined open source software, and then he had to choose like a couple parameters. He chose the 10-minute block time. He chose the 4-year halvening. I wouldn't have chosen a 4-year halvening. I would have had it reduced much more quickly. This like boom, every 4 years thing. It seems stupid. It should be more incremental, in my opinion. So, long story short, I'm excited. It's another thing that's like, what do blockchains do that you care about that are important? Censorship resistance, on-chain exchange to remove counterparty risk. Mad gains is nice. You can have it. That's another thing people don't understand. If people have finite economic energy, more tokens equals lower prices across everything. It's really that simple. It's supply and demand. And the only way that you get around that is if the tokens are reflexive and are holding their liquidity in themselves. So like the majority of PulseX liquidity is in Pulse. And then the majority of Pulse's liquidity is in stables, and then maybe half in wrapped Ethereum from the Ethereum chain. So if Ethereum goes up, it floats the price of Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX, because they're all tied together. If one goes up, they all go up. If one goes down, they all go down. And those ratios can shift as people add and remove liquidity and at what prices they do it and all these different things. But, long story short, it's nice to have something that doesn't have as many competitors, because it's a new industry, a new paradigm. And it can't just solve proving statements about whether you sent a wire transfer, this, that, or the other, or whether you have this many Twitter followers, or whether you really matched with this girl on Tinder, or there's a lot of different things that you could prove if you wanted to, and no one's monetizing that. So it's an opportunity. Now it's a battle to get people to do things new, like to show them the new way. But we've proven that this community is good at showing people new ways of doing things, which is why there's hundreds of thousands of users using new things. I made Uniswap popular. Hex was the majority of liquidity and trading on that system for a few months in the beginning. I make a lot of things popular. Not your keys, not your coins. downloading front ends so that you can't be attacked through what they call a infrastructure attack, but really it's just you're pulling dependencies in from other places you don't control, and then when they turn their code to be evil, like there's just another npm exploit a few days ago, the son of Shah Halud, I believe it was called, and then before that there was a Shah Halud infrastructure attack. But basically, if you care about secure software, you shouldn't be downloading dependencies. Dependency is just a fancy word for software you didn't build but you need, right? Like Satoshi didn't build a database software, he pulled an off the shelf one. Ethereum didn't build a database software, they pulled an off the shelf one. And because they use multiple consensus clients, I think they've got multiple databases they use as well. So like Geth changed from level DB to RocksDB, and then it cut their RAM usage in half just by changing their database. It's pretty funny. People don't realize what goes into these things. They don't realize how the sausage is made. You kind of have to be pretty smart to know all the parts of the stack and know when abstractions are leaking. And it's funny, a lot of people producing secure software. So the guys at Anthropic pushed or used this fuzzing software called Slither. Actually, I'm not exactly sure if it's a fuzzing software because I haven't used it in so long. I haven't used it in like 6 years, 5 or 6 years since I've used it. But it's a security analysis software that looks for bugs in smart contracts. And so the Anthropic guys, Claude 4.5 AI came out, and then they ran a bunch of smart contracts through it, and they found 4.58 or something $1 million of exploits. So I have this feeling that every time there's a new update with AI releases, that they're going to run all the blockchain code and see where the vulnerabilities are, and that's kind of going to be a race between the white hats and the black hats. Funny stuff. That's why it's great to work in this ecosystem or be a fan of this ecosystem, because we just do everything better. It's now, of course, we get no credit for it because everyone's a scumbag that only talks their own book. They only care about the tokens they bought. The token they bought is a world-changing thing, and anything that's a token that they didn't buy is a piece of trash scam. That's how it goes in crypto. So if you thought Apple versus Android and Ford versus Chevy were spicy, you should see coin you bought versus coin you didn't buy spiciness. It's very funny. I think my camera's heating up here. Hold on a second. Let me turn on a fan. Hopefully that makes the camera happy. Sorry if it makes a little buzz. When you're shooting in 8K, not that you'll see the 8K, but I've got it, really heats up the camera. Yeah, it's funny if you pull back my YouTube videos from like 2017, about 8 years ago, the quality's amazing. Why? Because I do everything better. It's better mic, better camera, better lens, better everything, almost everything. Yeah, so ProveX.com. Now, people wonder, why don't people in Pulse Chain and PulseX and Hex get any advantage over normal people in the ProveX sacrifice? Well, who knows? But I can make some guesses. If you were to, let's say you were to run up the price of something 1,000,000%, and then convert it into something else and be like, you know what? That something else has to also go up another 1,000,000%, can never dip, or I'm going to be mad at you. It's a pretty hard thing to handle. So what if instead, if when people sacrificed, there was less sacrificers, which means less potential sell energy? Or what if you had sacrificed before the 1,000,000%? So if you sacrificed a thing before it ran up 1,000,000%, you'd have 1,000,000% less kind of sell pressure later, so to speak. So I mean, the theory, and it's just a theory, no one really knows these things. No one really knows where the price is going to go. No one really knows psychology. You're making a lot of guesses. The theory is if people sacrifice things at lower numbers, it's much easier for them to be happy because it's much easier for it to go up because there's less sell pressure. So like part of the reason Hex went up 1,000,000%, in my opinion, is because there's less sell pressure because people were locking it up for years. And so in other systems where people don't have a locking mechanic to reduce cell pressure, you've got finite options available to reduce cell pressure. Less people could hear about it. So for instance, maybe it wouldn't be on other sites. So I looked around on pulsechain.com, pulsex.com, hex.com. I didn't see any mention of ProveX. Interesting. And stupid, probably. It would be cool if that was on there, in my opinion. But it probably leads to less sacrifice and probably leads to less potential cell pressure if the token ever has a price. Now, I've seen similar launch mechanics for free and open source things with Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX and Inc. And they all ended up with a price. And they all did multiples. Did PulseX do a multiple? I don't think PulseX did a multiple, but Pulse Chain did. PulseX might have day one. I have to go look at the chart. So I think fair is fair. I think more liquid things have more value than less liquid things. And I think that if people sacrifice things for cheaper than for higher, then whoever or whatever the future market looks like, it should have less cell pressure in it because there's less economic energy to start with. I think a lot of the reasons, it's funny, if you look at the coins that have launched recently, the charts have been terrible. They go up day one, they go down, and they go death forever. And I've seen this across every celebrity coin, every politician coin. It's wild. Part of, I believe part of a price chart shape is based on the number of people that will hear about a thing compared to the number of people that heard about it day one. And so if you front load all your energy onto day one, you're going to get one of those dumb looking charts that's just big spike day one and then people, just dies forever. I've seen it over and over and over and over and over again. I'd prefer to have a chart that doesn't look like that. So reflexivity, Pulse Chain, faster, cheaper, Ethereum. Same code. Check it out. Just some changes to make it faster and make it cheaper. So it has lower inflation by 25%. It has faster block times, 10 seconds instead of 12 seconds. Hex, time locking with very low inflation. Not as low as Bitcoins, not as low as Pulse Chains, definitely not as low as PulseX, which only burns, can never mint. And I believe ProveX is the same. It can only burn, never mint. If you want to see a cool looking chart, I hate mentioning a website that, well, you don't want to show someone a website that has 1,000 million other coins on it that can scam people. You prefer people not get scammed. But if you do know where to look up the chart of, say, PulseX versus Pulse, it's an amazing looking chart in favor of PulseX. And I think the reason for that is because it has such a superior buy and burn mechanic and it can never inflate. There is some inflation in Pulse to stakers. I think they get like 10% a year on average. You'd have to there's websites that track it, like ultrasound.money or something. I don't exactly remember it. Maybe that's Ethereum's supply tracker. Maybe Pulse Chain Stats has that. PulseChainStats.com. I haven't looked through a lot of these websites in a while. So long story short, I think Pulse Chain and Hex and PulseX are amazing. And I think all they need is some marketing. And I think having a cool new project that doesn't have much competition as layer ones or DEXs can work well. Because if what you're trying to do isn't working, you have to rotate. If people were interested in what you had, they would have it already. You have to rotate your pitch. You have to try different things. So if you say this is to on-ramp new users to this thing, and then people check the chart and they don't like the chart, they're not going to like the new thing. If you say the new thing is to help all chains, amplify all chains, transcend chains, you end up with users that don't care to check other charts because it doesn't matter as much, because they're not, the reason the thing exists is on its own. What else? yeah, some thought went into this stuff, my guess. So I think the chart of a thing that has decamillions of sacrifice is likely a lighter, easier chart to go up than a thing that has, say, a billion, just from a math perspective. What else? I got a bunch of questions from you guys. So that's just off the top of my head stuff. Paper, you see? You can print questions and you can answer them. The Richard Hout account on Twitter asked, hey guys, if I'm going to do a video, what do you want me to answer for questions? And here you go. Here are those questions. You've been tracking the Genius Stack. What opportunities does its rulings open up? It lets you create a stablecoin and compete with other stablecoins. So if, for instance, you've got extra overhead or extra counterparty risk or extra smart contract risk from having to bridge, you could find a counterparty that wants to launch directly on your chain, which should reduce counterparty risk. But it's not active yet. So the legislation passed, but the things that it's not, the legislation passed, but it has a timer on it where it's not active yet. So people don't know that and they just pretend that it exists. It doesn't really exist yet. It's on its timer to start at some point. How does having the most liquidity on PulseX versus Uniswap provide value to traders and secure Pulse Chain's position in the market? Well, Uniswap doesn't have a front end that runs on Pulse Chain. And they don't have, so basically liquidity kind of becomes a first mover advantage. The bigger gets bigger, critical mass kind of snowball kind of thing, because you care about order execution. So when you go to place a new trade, you want the best deal for your money. The best deal for your money is going to be where it's thickest. And then when you execute that trade into the thickest book, it remains the thickest because you just traded into it. And so your fees inflate the LP position of the liquidity providers of that thing. And so because PulseX was the largest in the beginning on Pulse Chain, it's likely to continue to be the largest because unless someone puts in millions and millions and millions of dollars, unless someone puts in like deca millions of dollars at risk to create a larger LP pool on a different system other than PulseX's, it's just going to continue to have better order execution because it has thicker books. And then you have to choose. So if you tie your new coins to stables and they become popular and people buy them, it nukes the prices of everything else because you have to buy stable to get into that thing. So like when Trump Coin launched and they chose to put, instead of Solana's liquidity, they used stable liquidity, it nuked the price. Why? Because people wanted the new thing, and to buy the new thing, they had to sell whatever other crypto they have for stable. Just like someone launched another L2 a couple weeks ago. And guess what? You could only participate if you showed that you had tons of stable. So people nuked the normal crypto prices to get stupid stable. So if you want crypto to do well and you don't want to be scared that any one of your things becoming popular will nuke the price of everything else, you kind of need that reflexivity where everything goes up together. And then it amplifies it so that a move up in one thing moves up everything. But it's a double-edged sword. Move down on one thing, moves down everything. And so you basically, I've never seen a coin, I've never seen an L1 chain do well launching a bunch of tokens that didn't incentivize people to end up through the liquidity pairings of getting the native token. So for instance, stablecoins used to run on another protocol. I think it was Counterparty Protocol. And then they had a chain that they used. And the chain never made any money because people just paid a little bit of fees. A little bit of fees ain't going to get you nowhere. You need to be the thing that people hold. Store of value is a vastly superior game mechanic and value accrual mechanism than fees. Getting people to buy and hold your thing moves the chart more than fees. That's just how it is. You can go back and read the lore on all these concepts were first elucidated when Hex came out and went up 1,000,000% in a year and a half. Hope that answers your question. How do you hope to see WPLS used on Ethereum to come more embedded into the wider ecosystem. I'm not really a fan of counterparty risk or bridge risk. I if you're on-ramping new users, you'd rather on-ramp them to Pulse Chain than to Ethereum. If you own more Pulse Chain than Ethereum, would be my guess, because your price might go up and they might enjoy more potential for appreciation. You know, Ethereum's price is now down after 5 years. That sucks a lot. And is it because Ethereum tech is bad? No, Ethereum tech's great. Well, why? It's too heavy. Market cap's too high. People aren't launching ICOs on it. Okay, so why buy the token? Bitminer, publicly traded. Tom Lee shills it on television all the time. He bought up 3% of the Ethereum supply, 2.5%, 3%. He's down. He's not up. He's down. Saylor bought who knows how many billions. Not looking that great for him either. So you'd prefer something that's a little bit lighter, a little bit easier to get to go up, you know. The S-curve thing is real. Things are unpopular. I'm going to do this backwards for you guys. Is that it? I don't know. I'll do it backwards for you. I'm going to do it from my perspective. And I'm going to do it from your perspective. So this is normal S-curve. Early adoption, users, flat. All right, well, I called the top in Bitcoin many years ago at 65K before it dropped to 17K. And now it's at like 88K. And a few days ago, I think it was 85. It sucks. Nobody wants a 2X or a 3X. They don't. They want a 10X, 100X, 1000X. They're not, most people aren't going to get generationally wealthy on a 2X. So I hope that answers your question. I think Pulse Chain's cooler than Ethereum. But if Ethereum goes to the moon, I ain't going to cry too bad either. What's the multiplier to sacrifice firstborn children? I don't think there's any points awarded for that. Why did you buy ETH at 3.7K brev? It would have been nicer to buy it at 1400, wouldn't it? When it dipped there. Wah! Yeah, no one knows with perfection where markets are going to go. How are we going to deal with banks, governments, etc. when proceeding with ProveX? Surely they would not like the idea, especially in the EU. I think governments like honesty and proof. So if you have something that proves statements and proves honesty, that sounds like a win to me. I mean, the governments appear to hate crypto a little less than they used to. So that's nice. Needless to say, I think our ecosystem has proven very robust to government attack since we beat the government in the government's court, which almost no one else has ever done. So maybe the government's figured out that we're not to be trifled with. Who knows? What are you hoping to have as key features of the minimum viable product? Go test ZK P2P.xyz. Terrible domain name. That working with a token and some token burning would be pretty awesome. By the way, the token can launch before any mechanisms to burn it exist. So you don't have to wait years for that. Launching a token, pretty easy, pretty well understood, pretty well audited and explored space. So I read on the website that the token could be issued shortly after the sacrifice phase, because it's PRC20, ERC20. The code is well understood. What if the wrong political party takes office again at some point in the future? Do you think they will again use 3-letter agencies to target you and your followers? I doubt it. Didn't work out well for him last time, but who knows or cares? That's what this stuff's built for, censorship resistance, right? What else? Theoretically, the protocol we'll launch would have a banking partner already. Baking partner, it says. That's funny. You don't need one. It's peer-to-peer, so the protocol doesn't touch. It's just software that peers run. It's just code. You can run it or not. It doesn't have any life of its own. It's just like the calculator program. in your operating system. You can run calculator or you can not run calculator. It's a tool you can use for your own ends. Doesn't have banks. You might have a bank. That's your problem. Is it possible to fork something existing so we can research it? Told you about that already. Some of these questions are hard to understand. The theory is OTC effectively. Please correct me if my understanding is incorrect. Does it rely on community providing a side to purchase? What would theoretically happen if the community didn't have enough sell pressure at one point? I didn't get this question. It's software that you run like a calculator. Just helps you do what you want to do with your life better. If you want to trade one thing for another thing, you can prove a statement that says that you did something, like paid. You can also automate the sending of coins to where you want to send them. Why does it burn when I pee? It says. You should go to the doctor, mate, or jerk off less. Why would your reason be to not let ProveX buy and burn be directed to, your guys' typing sucks, to PulseX? Why would you buy and burn the ProveX token instead of the PulseX token? The PulseX token is already rewarded by whatever liquidity. If ProveX has liquidity in PulseX, then PulseX buy and burn will be enriched by those trades. It doesn't also need to starve the native token of the new project because you hold that bag. The begging because you hold a bag thing is so gross. Hey, bro, why don't you just give new token to me, bro? Because I have this, like, Vitalik, why don't you just make it so that validators just give me money instead of themselves? Vitalik, why don't you just inflate supply and give to me, please? That's what your questions sound like. They suck. It's begging with more words. Satoshi, please give me keys to early blocks, please. Thank you. In poorly written, uncapitalized English. Man, I shouldn't have printed so much of this. This sucks. Been a while since I read comments and it sucks. Please educate to me or translate that tweet for me. Oh, educate to you. Thanks, man. Best wrist. I'm going to say wristwatch because you just wrote watch. Best watch to buy with a $50,000 budget. Don't buy watches. Dumb. As a person that has bought lots of watches, I can tell you there's better things to do with your money. The only people that like watches are other guys. So if you need other guys to like you more, you can buy watches. When you live stream, you should use a clearly obvious AI version of yourself for the first 5 to 10 minutes just to mess with everyone and play into the theories and conspiracies. All of you guys that say I'm not here can kill yourselves. Okay, take that back. Don't kill yourselves. I extremely do not like being gaslit and that I do not exist. And the things I say, I don't say. It really bothers me. And if you are intent on telling me that I don't exist and that I'm actually AI, block yourself on my behalf because I really dislike it. I do exist and I like the things that I say. Thank you. You're really smart. Did you go to college? Also, you have a lot of common sense. What city you grew up in? Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I went to school in Davie there. And I went to community college and it sucked and I quit. Thank you for the kind words. Everything you want to learn, it's on the internet now. The best way to learn stuff is to pull knowledge in as you need it, not to shove a lot of knowledge into yourself and hope you need it one day. You're just going to forget it all. It's all going to be useless. Pull in knowledge as you need it. Rebuild trust. Let's talk about rebuild trust. Go look at the charts that you guys made with your selling, okay? And then see where anything has been any different. It's the same crap, right? You need marketing. That's what you need. We miss you and love you lots. Thanks. Is the 4-year cycle come to an end? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. But even if it doesn't, here's you've got so many conflicting things. Everyone got the government froze. That's not a word. Froze. The government froze, and then people didn't get paid, and then they had to sell what they had to survive. And a lot of people work for the government, and the prices of stuff people bought crashed, and the markets for stuff got frozen. And they just now today decided to turn off quantitative tightening. So I hear at the Fed of the United States. And so a lot of those things, and Mr. Bitminer, Tom Lee, hasn't gotten his 5% of Ethereum he wants to buy yet. He's only about halfway done. He's got 850 million sitting in cash. So I hear currently. So you've got a lot of things that are positive. And then you've got a lot of things that are negative. You've got like S-curve crap and some DAT sold instead of bought, these digital asset treasuries, DAT plays. And it's hard to call it, and you always have 40% dips. And so, Ethereum not too long ago was 1,500. Okay, well, now it's 2,800. Well, I like 2,800 better than 1,500. So even if it's like flippity floppity, it's still making much higher lows. If you look at the chart, it's still up and to the right. So I think that, so what, either it keeps dumping and you get your 4-year crap cycle, and then it's over after 364 days if it makes the fractal of the last 2 times it did it, or you don't get it this time because the only people that are in it are institutional money and they own all the coins, and retail's not really here, which is why there's no search volume. In which case, maybe you don't do the 4-year dippity do whatnot. So it's hard to predict. I hope that people rotate out of Bitcoin into Ethereum and into Pulse Chain, ProveX, you name it, PulseX, Hex, Pulse. I'd like to see those things happen. But in the end, you do the best you can. You do what you know works. And then if it works, wonderful. If it doesn't, you gave it your best. A lot of people say they've tried everything and they haven't tried anything, So I'm happy to see things happening. Like the charity in the United States is sitting on, I don't know, soon to be 1 million tablets that they're going to figure out how to distribute. As soon as they figure out a way that works better than the way they tried previously, they sent 100K out to random people, didn't work. Well, that's expensive. You'd rather do it a way that works. So you rotate, you try things differently. You just keep trying. And then at some point, you're what's left. And everyone else has fallen by the wayside and disappeared and aren't talked about and aren't doing live streams and aren't releasing new technology and aren't doing new and awesome things with no competitors. We're doing it better. It just takes a little time. And by the way, Bitcoin doesn't have an on-chain exchange and hasn't for 15 years. Pulse Chain does, right? So like the stuff we have is better than what Bitcoin has. If you keep doing the right thing, it should become more valuable in a world where the better stuff gets rewarded. And in a world where it doesn't get rewarded, you should still be a lot higher than you are now, in my opinion. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't, predict prices. I don't make forward-looking statements very much, particularly on things that I've founded. Basically never. Like I don't make forward-looking statements just because the stuff's good enough on its own. You don't have to like make unqualified guesses that no one can know the answer to. I know that if you have better tech and you do marketing and there's more potential, that's about all you can ask for. And we do have better tech and we do have more potential. And where's Satoshi's video? He's not doing one. I'm doing one. So, man, it takes a lot of time to read your guys' questions. My God. All right. So, long story short, ProveX.com, ProveX.info, Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX. You just more things keep integrating in the stack. You've got on-chain exchange. You've got time-locked value storage. You've got consensus network that's higher throughput, lower fees. Now you're going to have new technology nobody else has. Nobody else is tokenized. Nobody else has that much pricing power. cool stuff, right? And then eventually you run out of things to build, and you just have more than enough, and you're just waiting for the tinder to hit. When I say tinder, I don't mean the website. I mean the kindling, the stuff that creates a fire. If you if you have all the infrastructure, if you have all the greatness, if you've had a bunch of weekends get shaken out, if it's the bottom, if everything's nuked, right? I think it amplifies potential. So I really think that this ecosystem just needs a little marketing. That's it. It's better than so many other things. Really, really, really good stuff. Yeah. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the video. I'm sweating. My camera's sweating. And hope to talk to you soon. I'm excited. I think that I feel good knowing that I am doing the best that I can do. And I think if you do the best that you can do for long enough, the world will yield to you. The world is bendable to your wishes if you try hard enough. It's one of the cool things about the time that we're in, you know. Anyway, see you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Watch again.
Everybody adjust your volume now, because I think we're going to be a little bit louder than that was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a surprise, a good surprise. Mostly, I think I'm gonna have to analyze some of the details there. Probably gonna have to watch that 3 or 4 times. But mostly bullish, in my opinion.
That was good.
He said he'll talk to us again soon, didn't he, at the end there?
Indeed.
So now the FOMO ensues.
Right. Well, we're going to have Buck and Dylan on any minute here. So the excitement will continue. And we've got to check our sacrifices now to see where the numbers are at, now that we've gone through that 47-minute video from Richard Hart that was just released moments ago. We've got ProveX.info that was sitting at 9.4 million before we started watching the video, and now with 2 hours left and 8 minutes, it's sitting at 9.87 million. We actually haven't. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen that I'm supposed to be sharing. I will fix that. So now that you can see the screen I'm looking at, we can see there's 9.87 million sacrificed, just over 10,000 sacrifices made, over 30 networks. A lot of these sacrifices might be, dust, but we can see the largest ones. The pool here is $4,044,000 worth of points, with a average multiplier of 2.59. And then the second place spot is $216,000, then 210, 132,000, 105,000, 103,000. Two spots, number 7 and number 8, are 100,000 each, as well as number 9 and number 10 is sitting just under 80,000. So within that pool sacrifice of 4 million, we can dig into that a little bit deeper by looking at ProveXpool.com. And we see similar stats here. We see their performance fee that they're charging people. And then we can see the top sacrificers within that $4 million pool: 216,000, 204,000, 199,000. And so even spot 10 is 89,000, which is, higher than some of these in the top 10. And so that's all certainly relevant to understand the game that people are playing. earlier today, we saw it was about 40 to 50% of people in terms of the number of dollars that have sacrificed are joining the ProveX pool, and the other half of people are choosing to sacrifice directly. Now, we've got Buck joining us now, as promised. Welcome.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
In shock.
Not in shock. I called this morning in the Twitter Spaces. I literally said he's gonna do a video right before the end.
You did call it, yeah.
So I'm delighted. What'd you guys think?
Mostly bullish.
Yeah, he gave a lot of details. Like he gave proof of life. He hinted that this is something that could launch before the actual utility launches. What were some of the takeaways you got from it?
Well, I guess I've been telling everybody that would listen for the last 3 weeks that low market cap, low valuation, if you will, is a feature, not a bug. That this thing is asymmetric to the upside, and I think seems like he thinks a lot of the same way that I think about this. So just really exciting.
Yeah.
This was a very real. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how could you not be bullish after listening to that?
I mean, I was bullish before, but yeah, I feel like a lot of the things I've been talking about, I think were just confirmed directly by the man there. Token, we're getting the token early. He's pivoting, in a way to try to bring in a lot of new users and grow his presence and all that stuff. The people that were saying, that, oh, he's not going to come back and, show his face. He's going to, he's not going to try hard. My friend Moritz, my German friend Moritz, that you guys might know. Look, this is a guy that wants to get back in the game and wants to get a big W on the board. So I feel, just absolutely elated for the whole community. And I know everybody's still bummed out about price and everything, but this looks exciting to me.
Yeah, I think he even hinted that the token could come out shortly after the sacrifice period ends, which we know is the 4th day of the Hex conference, the 6th annual Hex conference on January 9th. So that'll be really exciting and cool, because I also got the impression from from Richard's talking about liquidity that it might be that ProveX is paired with Pulse Chain as liquidity rather than a stable coin. Did anybody else pick up on that?
Definitely. Yeah, and he was pushing towards Pulse Chain, not another chain, was the tone that I got from it as well.
He did say like ERC20 or PRC20, which is also something that will be fun to speculate on, whether he'll launch ProveX on both Ethereum and Pulse Chain or just one or the other. But I think like the overall comments that basically that he doesn't like bridge risk, and he likes like one thing that he created pulling up the other things. I would expect the most liquidity to be concentrated between Pulse Chain and ProveX on Pulse Chain itself. But I had also heard before that Buck speculated that ProveX could be a multi-chain token, and I'm curious if you could dig into that a little deeper, or instead if you think it's more important to talk about like other things that are happening at this moment.
No, I think that's an awesome thing. I mean, look, I see Pulse Chain a little bit like the economy of North Korea. There's one road in right now, and it's a kind of eclectic little kingdom of people that are kind of looked over by crypto, broadly speaking. It's important to kind of open up ourselves and integrate to the rest of crypto. And I think Richard's pivot to a protocol that will basically transcend all the major L1s and hopefully provide a useful service that will get people, first interested in the protocol, but then also perhaps interested in a token that has gone up a ton, that's doing something super useful on Pulse Chain. That'll ultimately be accretive to the value of all the RH cores if he's successful in implementing that. Sometimes as a founder, things don't work out exactly the way you want to, at the start, and you need to come up with creative responses. So I think this is a creative response. I would like to see the token trading on all the major L1s. I think that would get a lot more attention to it. It's a lot easier for other people to participate in it. And, what you can do with ARBs, with our bots, basically a single buy and burn happening on Pulse Chain, for example, the ARB guys will just go, okay, great. We buy it on Solana, we buy it on Ethereum, done, right? Buy and burn happening on Solana, okay, it goes up there. So when our bot on Pulse Chain buys it, beautiful, right? The main thing is you want a lot of people to use this and a lot of volume. I think that's absolutely essential, and it helps us grow the tent, right? We can get a whole bunch of people into this community, which is a lot of fun, and really passionate from all over crypto, and they don't even necessarily have to be RH core people. So it's a really awesome opportunity for us to expand our marketing to everybody else. I saw all this, weeks ago when everybody was busy crying about this, saying it's not fair. And I took the bull by the horns, right? And I've been on this mission for the last 3 weeks, and I feel pretty vindicated right now, and I'm going to do everything I can to help Richard basically have success with this thing, and we all should. It's going to be hard. It's not easy to build something like this. It's not easy to get people to use it. It's not easy to, win, in these spaces that he's trying to compete in. But the market that he's going after is absolutely enormous. He's competing against, all the biggest, most valuable players in the crypto industry with this product. So if he's successful, and I'll couch this by saying, it's a low probability of, world domination, right? Be realistic here. But he has a lot of advantages. He has, himself. He has, as a marketing tool, as a front man, as a entrepreneur. He has this community, which I think is still amazing, despite everybody being really bummed out at the moment. But now we have something to be excited about. So hopefully we can bring back that enthusiasm. And yeah, we're a community of native DeFi people. We all know how to use wallets. We all know how to use dApps, and we're pretty big, right? So we're at a big advantage. And I look at the sacrifice to those of you guys that got in, and you can still get in, by the way. But the sacrifice is a gift to you guys that are still here and still care and are still paying attention. It's a low valuation. It's a very low bar, and he's engineered it that way so that only a relatively small number of people are going to get the most benefit from this. So I just think this is a wonderful, wonderful turn of events.
Buck, the other day you did a post about how ProveX could be multi-chain without being bridged to multiple chains, therefore avoiding the bridge risk. Do you want to go over that?
Yeah, well, I'm not a technical expert, but if I were doing this, if I were in Richard's shoes, I would operate this kind of similar to the way Tether and USDC work, which is that you could set up a DAO that could make ProveX, basically mint on any L1, and you basically burn it when you need to move it from one chain to another. That way you could have native ProveX on Solana, native ProveX on Pulse Chain. You could have native ProveX on Ethereum, you don't have to use a bridge. I know you guys love using the bridge and paying the fee to use it, but most people don't like bridges, right? So wouldn't it be cool if you could basically just warp to any L1 you want with your ProveX token and have an LP pool there, and the ARB guys basically keep it all in check. I think that's the way I would do it, and I think that would be super exciting because it gives people a reason to care everywhere else, right? They're going to see this thing go up a lot on Solana. They're going to see it go up on Ethereum. Will he do it that way? I don't know. It requires a little bit of organization. He's got to set up a DAO. There's a multi-sig. Maybe that's too much work, but I would love to see that.
Sounds pretty cool. I think it'd be good tech.
Very good. I'm going to take this opportunity to beg out and leave. Nice to hear from you, Buck. And I do appreciate, and I think a lot of the people do too, the work you guys have done on the pool. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. And Fast Apple has helped me a ton, and so has Maddie. So thank you, everybody.
Teamwork makes the dream work. And I want to shout out Crispy Man again, because even though he won't admit it, he was the inspiration for our Stakeathon exactly 1 year ago. And he's been the best source of Hex data and enthusiasm throughout the ecosystem, and puts on a weekly live stream about Hex. And so I would encourage everybody on this Hex's 6th birthday to go follow Crispy Man and to tune into his live streams. As we noted earlier, the only thing less popular than ProveX sacrificing is Hex staking. And Crispy is the guy that can tell you why it still makes sense. So go check him out.
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys be good. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, Chris.
Right on. Stay crispy. So Buck, through your efforts, it looks like about half of the dollars put into the sacrifice are going through your pool. Can you explain your thesis or how people can participate and the pros and cons of joining the pool?
Yeah, cool. So the pool is provexpool.com. We have a Telegram, t.me/ProveXpool. You can see it there. We're currently in #1 position, I believe, unless Rackham's just sacked, which would be awesome timing. But let me see. I don't see anything yet. We're at almost 1 million currently. So we're pretty dominant. We have the highest multiplier. It's approaching 2.6 now, which is pretty good. Basically, you can sacrifice to that address, which you'll see at the top of Richard's leaderboard right now. You can also verify that address on provexpool.com and in our Telegram. You should see the same address that says 0x153 at the start and 4060F at the end. Watch out for scammers. There's a lot of guys that like to imitate us. They'll DM you. I'm not DMing you. It's a guy from the third world who's trying to trick you into sending your money to him. So just be very careful about that. But the pool was built basically over the last 3 weeks by my team and a few of our friends that got together because I saw this opportunity in ProveX when everybody else was crying about it, and immediately got to work trying to get a position because I knew that I wanted to have a decent multiplier. I didn't expect to be in this position where we were, so dominant, and maybe we won't be in 2 hours when this is over. But I think for the moment we're pretty dominant. The pool basically just if you're going to sack to it now, sack on Pulse Chain or Ethereum, Stables or ETH or WETH on Pulse Chain. There's still time. If you're a big guy and you want to chip in a decent amount, get in my DMs and I'll give you a discount. But yeah, basically, if you're paying full fee currently in the pool, you're probably At post fee, you're getting something like a 2.05 multiplier. So for you guys that are sacrificing less than like 200K, it's a pretty good deal. It's definitely a very good deal if you're sacrificing less than 100K. So for you guys over 100K, get in my DMs. I'll discount it to sweeten it for you a little bit. So yeah, we're really excited about it. We have a great Telegram. We do talks in there all the time. We strategize. We share information. There's a lot of OGs in there, a lot of wealthy, smart people as well. So as we go on this ProveX journey, I think it's a great resource. And I'm so excited. Like this is my 2026 now. We're gonna be absolutely getting behind Richard. And I think if he runs the gauntlet well here, it's going to bring back to life this whole community, and by extension, it's going to bring back to life Pulse Chain, and things like what I've been building with our forks of Aave and GMX. So I'm super excited. I don't want this community to die, and it looks like Richard wants this to continue as well. So he had to go through a lot of bullshit over the last few years, but he's persevered, and looks like he's back and ready to do his utmost to kind of win back his reputation. And I want to help him do it, and I think we all should.
It was nice to hear his confidence when asked about the legal situation going forward. It seemed like he mentioned twice in his 47-minute video that he doesn't expect the government to come after him because he kicked their butt in court. And I like to hear him being so confident, because I think that that's something that the rest of crypto doesn't necessarily have, in terms of a founder that has won against the SEC in court. And even if leaders get elected who don't like crypto as much as these leaders do, he would still be able to possibly say, that that we're in a more certain situation than the rest of crypto.
Pretty much no other founders have beat the SEC. A couple have made deals with the SEC, right? But did anyone else actually beat them in court? I don't think so.
Well, and he did it in fashion and a way that I think is sort of unique. Obviously he still has other issues that he's working through. That's a risk, of course, but I'm just absolutely elated that he looked happy and healthy, and classic Richard, getting ready to go into kind of bull marketing mode on something. This was a bit of a test, right, from the biblical standpoint, and I think a lot of people are going to miss it. But you still got time. You still got a little bit under 2 hours. So I implore you guys to get a little bit of action in this. I don't think you're going to want to miss this. I've been through this before with Richard in the early days with Hex, and we had to nosedive from day 0 to day 30, and it got really ugly. But it was pretty brief. What we experienced the past couple of years has been protracted and quite difficult. But I think he's turning a corner here, and I think those of you that never got to see Richard on the way up properly, those of you that got here later, when we were already kind of peaking, you're gonna be pretty surprised by what you see over the next few months. And he's basically given me all my wish list. He's going multi-chain, token soon, product later, massive addressable market, low starting valuation. It's literally my dream from an investment standpoint. A founder that we know is charismatic and talented, but that everybody's written off, and he's got something to prove now. and he's literally called it, Mr. ProveX. Like it's literally in the name, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to help Richard with this, whatever I can, and I just can't wait. Honestly, you can hear the excitement in my voice. It's sincere. This is going to be a lot of fun.
And I guess you've been famously called by Richard the greatest bear against like sacrificing
Fudster,
for Pulse Chain and PulseX.
Fudster, yeah, the most dedicated Fudster in Hex history is what I was branded, and when I was banned for like the 30th time from every chat that he had, like literally every single chat. He had like 20 different chats at one point in Telegram, right? And he went out of his way to ban me specifically. That's right.
And
So
yeah, you're not like just saying everything that Richard's ever done is going to be successful, and you see that this valuation is significantly different than the last two sacrifices that everybody went through.
Yeah. This is. I was very bearish on PulseX because just based on the amount of money that was being raised for it, I knew it would be tough to make a $1 billion valuation, 10,000x, because that would be like, I don't know, the GDP of the world or something like that. Maybe the GDP of the universe. I don't even know if there's enough GDP in the galaxy. So yeah, I thought that would be pretty hard. But in terms of this is a layup. $10 million, whatever we end up with. This is a layup for him. I mean, his other coins trade at 40 or 100 million or north of that, and you're getting in at a very low starting point. So yeah, it's a layup in terms of early success. It's a lot harder work in terms of actually implementing this thing and getting a lot of people to use it and all that stuff. And we're gonna have to figure all that out. But I think the short-term thesis for this is excellent. And, if he pulls it off, protocol like this could be worth, $1 billion someday, right? I could see it easily being his most valuable coin at some point in the not too distant future. And that implies a pretty good ROI.
Just over $10 million on the sacrifice now, just barely.
Yeah, and everybody's sidelined. Everybody's sidelined. They don't have any money. They can't do anything about it. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I think it's easy for the average Hexakin or Pulse Chain participant to like misunderstand this just because of the emotional state that people are in with being down on their tokens. One of the first comments we got on this live stream seemed to be like someone genuinely asking, "Is ProveX a meme coin?" And so I think whether it's that people haven't been paying attention or they have been paying attention and they just bought the top and now they're down significantly, or they're comparing this to the Pulse Chain sacrifice, which was oversubscribed by a factor of 100x more than this between Pulse Chain and PulseX, or they're comparing it to even Pump Tires, which has a completely different addressable market and protocol. And Richard's he's tried to tell people this is the first time that he's doing something that hasn't existed before. He's not just copying something that has this huge track record. He's combining something that, yeah, maybe it does exist in some way, but he's tokenizing it in a way that it hasn't been tokenized before. And this is his chance to bring something new into the world. So I think that people are very ill positioned psychologically to understand the opportunity. And I think that's part of what makes the opportunity so great. There's a lot of people thinking, oh, I'll buy the dip after it launches because everything has dipped from Pump Tires to Pulse Chain and PulseX. And maybe we will see that here, but it all depends on the ratio of people waiting to get in later versus getting in now.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Maddie. Gosh, I'm almost speechless, which is not like me. There's a lot going through my head right now. I'm here thinking about a lot of different things. And I think the implications here are excellent. And I'm trying to think about the next steps. It's super exciting. And I'm just very happy for the community. I know you guys. I know the community might not be happy yet,
Right.
but I'm pretty. I'm a professional investor, so I think about the future all day. So I'm just sort of like thinking about the different steps here and what's likely to happen and all that stuff. And like I'm just very happy for everybody who's who's suffered quite a bit, because I really do see the potential to really start to turn this thing around and go the other way again. And if he's on board, I'm on board, and I'll keep going as long as he keeps going, and I hope you guys do too. We have very valuable real estate here in this community, and there's really nothing like it in crypto. Even the people who are detractors will admit that. I talk to Eric Wall, for example, pretty regularly, and he'll readily admit that we're a great community, and he thinks sometimes we might deserve better or something like that, but he never doubts our enthusiasm. So I think it's exciting. We should all get enthusiastic and creative and collaborate. I'm going to build stuff for ProveX for sure. My guys are ARB people by trade. So, you better believe we'll be thinking about what we can build on top of it, composability and all that stuff. I'm pretty excited about the implications there. So, I'm already, the wheels are turning in my head about what we can do next.
Super exciting. And I think a lot more YouTubers within the community will start to pivot more to supporting ProveX once they see these prices stop to go down. Once they see the prices stop going down because of the sacrifice. Right now, it's there's this contention, and it is kind of polarizing people in a way that could help later on, where you have people that maybe were on the fence about Pulse Chain and PulseX selling to go into ProveX, and so you're getting a higher concentration of people who really believe in these things, and vice versa. So yeah, I think like right now there's a lot of upside when it comes to the number of YouTubers that will be happy to promote ProveX when they more deeply understand how it can benefit their old bags and new bags. And I'm thinking it probably makes sense to have like at least part of the day of January 9th for the 6th annual Hex conference, to have part of that day dedicated to ProveX, because it'll be another critical day in the history, and it'll help people connect the dots between what's good for Hex and Pulse Chain is ProveX. ProveX is part of the equation of how everybody can do well.
Do we have any speculation on what ProveX could do for Pulse Chain? Like why would it make Pulse Chain better?
Well, if I were Richard and I were creating a strategy, it would look a little different, but it would, in a way, it would be similar. I would acquire like a CEX cheaply and vertically integrate. Basically follow the same playbook that a lot of the other major crypto founders, exchange guys like CZ or Justin Sun have done. He's missing that kind of key element. Richard's decided with this that he doesn't want a big capex expenditure on owning an exchange. He's decided he wants to do something that does what exchanges do but permissionless, in a permissionless, trustless way. So that's exactly. It's like a more cypherpunk friendly version of what I would like to see him do. I would like to see him do both, actually. I would create a foundation. I would get the best programmers you can get. I would really attack this thing with, some of that money, and just compete like hell, right? So what does that do for Pulse Chain? It gives you a seat at the table, right? You now become a player in the industry. You attend the conferences. People see you, your product as it grows in success, and people use it. We could be transferring billions of dollars on this thing if he's successful, right? He's got advantages that a lot of people don't have. If I made this protocol, no one would use it. You need to have a lot of money in order to kind of bootstrap these things. If you're going to be doing, matching P2P deals and things like that, before, other kind of OTC type people start using it as well. But, he has the ability to get that flywheel going because he has himself with his big bags, and he has a pre-built community of people that'll use it. So once that thing gets going, it becomes a beast of a token and protocol that's running on all the L1s, but that lives primarily on Pulse Chain. If it starts generating a ton of fees and making a lot of money, and we all get rich, we're going to be building things. We're going to be doing things. I presume he'll own some supply. This thing could be burning just a lot of ProveX, right? If you think about it. So it could become very cash flow positive in that scenario. Is it likely? I don't know. It's probably very hard to get that flywheel rolling, but he definitely has a lot of advantages that most people don't have. So if you do that, it's going to bring a lot of new users to Pulse Chain. It's going to bring a lot of interest in what's happening over here. I mean, like, as I said, best community in crypto. Like a lot of Americans, English speaking, first world people, right? It makes a difference, right? I don't hang out on Tron or BNB a lot, right? But I think we can go on board a lot of Americans, and a lot of English speaking people all over the world, who have decent money, and are interested in speculating on crypto and want something that's undervalued and is going up, right? And right now we're a lot less valued than we were before. So I think the recipe is perfect. I just don't know if we'll necessarily get there. That remains to be seen, but we're going to try. My German friend Moritz was saying in the space, basically, I think over 5 years, this all goes to zero. It's pretty unlikely that it's going to be successful. And my response to that was, that's sort of how technology is in general, right? The modal outcome for technology is always zero, the most likely outcome. And but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to be the exception, right? And I look at this, and it looks to me like we're being given an opportunity to try again. And maybe Pulse Chain and stuff hasn't worked out as well as we'd like so far, but now we have a new lever to pull, and we're gonna give this the go and hope for the best. I think all that stuff starts to really become synergistic, right? As I said it in the beginning, we're kind of like North Korea, but if we have a protocol that's central to Pulse Chain that's doing billions of dollars of volume every month for people all over crypto, we actually become more like Singapore or Dubai or a major hub, right, for crypto. That's what we should aspire to do, at least, I think. So And, you know, you've seen these places turn around very quickly. Like Singapore was a swamp 50, 60 years ago. Now it's, you know, one of the most beautiful modern cities in the world. Dubai was just a desert when I was a kid. There was nothing there. It was a fishing village, right? You know, you get these things right, and you get your strategy right, and get people moving in the right direction together with a shared vision. I really like his kind of tweet the other day about how, you know, this is, you know, capitalist, I think is the first thing he said. You know, reduce, you know, eliminating middlemen, trustless, you know, verification, all these things. You know, it's very powerful ideas, and you get a group of people together with the right kind of ideas like those, they can go very, very far, very, very quickly. So I don't know, like, will you guys come on this journey with Richard and you know, try and make this work, or will we cry about being down on our you know, PulseX bag? You know, I'm in favor of trying to make the best out of this opportunity. That's kind of where I stand.
Good points. Yeah, if you're here anyway, why would you not embrace the new thing and what it could do for the chain versus just, you know, futting your own bags? I've never been a big prescriber to futting your own bags. From the video that Richard just posted, it made me more bullish on ProveX and core tokens. But I'm gonna have to watch it again. There was a lot of content there.
Somebody's asking how to sacrifice, and the two methods that seem the most popular are by following the instructions on provex.info, also provex.com. That would be to sacrifice directly, and you're sending Ethereum or stables from a wallet that you control, not from a centralized exchange. So you've set up something like MetaMask, and you're able to send from there to the address that is listed on provex.info. The other popular way that people are going about it is by joining Buck's Pool. They're going to provexpool.com, and they're sending stables and ETH to provexpool.eth, which matches the address that's listed on his Telegram and website. And people are being particularly careful not to trust random people on Telegram who are impersonating people and giving them the wrong address to send to. I even saw one of the addresses that I used to sacrifice from got like a little dust attack from somebody who was using an address that was identical to Buck's address in the first 5 and the last 5. And I thought to myself, wow, the scammers are getting pretty good. Apparently with a, with like an ASIC or something, you can generate an address that looks the same at the beginning and the end in just a matter of minutes or hours. So that's why it's so important to use that .eth address or to copy it directly from the website and to look at the beginning, middle, and end of the address.
Yep. Verify. And take your time, everybody. There's like, yeah, the clock is ticking down, but if you sent $10,000 to, I don't know, the DAI contract address, like that wouldn't be a win. So like take your time, read everything, press the buttons slowly, make sure you send it to the right place. And remember that DMs, private messages, are always scams. Nobody's going to DM you about this. I'm not, Maddie's not, Buck's not. So yeah, just be careful out there.
Yeah, one more thing just on the verification. A good way to verify our pool address is just to look at Richard Hart's sacrifice website and look at the top address. That should match the same address on my website. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, no, never mind. My heart skipped a beat. I thought somebody jumped in front of us. No, hasn't happened yet. Yeah, that's the top address in ProveX.info leaderboard should match the address on my website and on the Telegram. It starts with 0x153 and ends with 46DF. Watch out for imposters. They're really gunning for you guys. So I don't want you guys to mess that up. Take your time. Even if you have to sacrifice tomorrow, it's okay. The pool will be running still. You'll not get quite as good a rate, but it'll be okay. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for the opportunity. And if you guys are still running when I finish at the other guy's place, I'll come say hello.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I want you to be able to field all the things you have to field, and yeah, we'll be happy to have you back on to do like a post review of what happened after the day ticks over, whenever you can make it back.
Awesome. Thank you both, gentlemen. You guys have both been so good to me the past 3 weeks. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out if you've been getting value from this stream. If you enjoyed getting a 47-minute video from Richard, and then hearing from the #1 sacrifice pool for so long, this is, I think, really been helping people to understand what's going on and to see how this can be a benefit of people, whether you're sacrificing or not. It's got me re-energized about the space.
Totally. Yeah. To hear Richard actually speak, obviously extremely recently based on the SAC numbers, right? And to have him not just talk about the sacrifice, but talk about the chain, talk about his, his feelings, talk about people that are pissing him off, right? Which I think was as good a proof of life as we're going to get, is fantastic. That brought up my spirits quite a bit. I think it did for a lot of other people too.
I am not getting a kickback from Buck for this. I am just covering what's happening in a pulse chain hex. And of course, Buck did end up being one of the sponsors of last year's hex conference. And it's, it's like the 3 or 4 sponsors that I have each year. That's part of what makes it possible for me to do this without losing tons of money, whether it's the $1,000 StreamYard subscription for the year or whatever it is. It's really helpful. So we don't have any sponsors or anything on this stream, because it's really an opportunity for learning and for enjoyment and celebrating Hex's 6th birthday and that sort of thing. So yeah, keep the questions coming. And
so I'm not getting paid for this? What the hell?
Well,
we never get paid, folks, at all, ever. There's no kickbacks. There's no insider deals. This is just work that is done for the community. Time is money, and it takes lots of time. And it's not zero effort.
Being a crypto influencer is like one of the most insane things like a human being can do, because it opens you up to like wrench attacks. It opens you up to like criticism and stuff. And, basically you just have to be such an enthusiast to want to do it at the end of the day. Like we have Fast Abdul is heralded as like the person with the most appearances these days, probably in the past year over the Hex and Pulse Chain ecosystem. He wins the attendance award for sure, and has created hundreds of hours, if not thousands at this point, of content during a period when Hex and Pulse Chain have not been at all-time highs. And so extra points for that. And
I
for
think we'll
myself, yeah,
see more influencers come back and new ones appear
right.
when everything's pumping, because that is so much easier than what we've just done. You, me, Crispy, tons of other guys who stayed through the bear market and streamed the entire time. It's like it's much more difficult. But like I'm happy to have people come back, and I'm happy to have new people join us as well. Right, more the merrier. But
Oh
I don't
yeah.
think people should forget the ones who were here through the tough times.
And yeah, even the people who have drifted away from YouTubing regularly, many people end up coming back for special events such as the Hex conference that I'll be doing for the 6th year in a row, January 6th through 9th. We saw that like the absolute last day of sacrificing, not just the last day of sacrificing for the best rate, but the last day of sacrificing is uh, the exact second that the 4th day of the Hex conference goes live on January 9th. And I don't think that's an accident. That's like, one of the biggest landmark events of the year for this community. And so, yeah, there's going to be like I think a lot of influencers that will want to participate in that. And yeah, like, I don't think we've gotten a video from Richard since May. And so uh, that's really exciting. I expect we might get another video from Richard on Christmas. And so that'll be really exciting. We've also got some really good action going on today in the rest of crypto, with Bitcoin being up 6% and Ethereum being up 7% here over the past 24 hours. And yeah, so we're so back.
Indeed. It is funny that, like, yeah, just a couple days ago, everybody was panicking, and now it's starting $3,000 Ethereum. It's starting to sound pretty good. Maybe Richard was right. Maybe there's still some room here.
I really have been trying to explain my macro thesis on Twitter from time to time, and it's been extremely poorly received because nobody ever wants to hear like, oh, we're at the top, oh, we're at the bottom. Like, all people want to hear is like, oh, we're gonna go up so much from here, and hear a bunch of hopium. But it's been vindicating to hear, like, ever since I published what I thought was going on October 9th, that basically it might have been the case that Bitcoin was in fact left translated, that MicroStrategy constituted the blow off top when they had basically when they were selling Bitcoin for 3.5x higher than spot. It was a $350,000 Bitcoin that they were selling to their shareholders. And if that's true, then this whole correction that we've had all the way back to 81,000 would be about on track to be like the 1 year bear market situation. And so, in my opinion, like, it might be 50 or 60 or 70% possible that the entire bear market passed when everybody was saying, oh, like, we're still in a bull market. And and that, yeah, it's totally possible, like, sometime between now and like a year from now, sure, we could see it actually snap back to the 4-year cycle. We could see MicroStrategy kind of capitulate. We could see bad stuff happening. But overall, with the money printer coming back on, again, I'd give it maybe a 60% chance that we've already been through the worst and we might go up from here. For me, I would still, want to do some rotations from, the little amount of Bitcoin or Ethereum that I've held for all these years since the beginning. Like, I might be bullish to rotate those into PulseX or Pulse Chain or Hex at these low prices.
I think there's more upside potentially
Right.
in things that are down a lot, possibly for artificial reasons because they're suppressed by gatekeepers and such. Bitcoin maybe it could do 200K, it could do 300K this cycle. I don't have a
Right.
crystal ball, but I feel like in terms of X's, likely Pulse Chain has potential wise has Bitcoin beat.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so so I think, yeah, Bitcoin, maybe it could go as low as 60K, but it would have to do it pretty quick, especially because I think markets will get juicier as we go into the midterm elections this time next year, or in about 11 months. So I could really see the market having kind of a blow off top, in the summer of next year. And that's coming up really soon. And I think that some of the weakness that we see in the market right now is probably due to like both sides of like the Republicans and the Democrats wanting to like, weaken the markets now from having a blow off top too early to having it more when, when it's closer to election time. So that's kind of my macro read. And if that's right, then this whole timing of yeah, and so basically I was calling that before Bitcoin crashed, like the last 20 or 30%. I think if it's true that we're going to be going up significantly 6 months from now, then yeah, the timing of ProveX launching potentially, Richard was hinting at shortly after the sacrifice period is over on January 9th. I think restricting the number of tokens that are allowed to be sacrificed is going to make tabulating the sacrifice points a lot easier. I might expect, like, even under optimistic circumstances, to maybe be waiting a month for all the numbers to get checked and all the blockchains to get sorted, unless
there's a lot of tokens
there's
accepted from a lot of blockchains. Though
right, like,
the site seems to be doing a pretty good job. The only thing that's a little bit slower is the non-EVMs, right? So sending from Solana, for example, or from Bitcoin directly, the things that aren't EVM chains seem to take longer to update or are more problematic. So I would just suggest to people, if you're going to participate in the sacrifice, why not just do so via Ethereum or Pulse Chain? Pretty easy to get to Ethereum from Solana or other non-EVM chains, and likely going to be less of a headache. So,
well,
I
and
think,
of course, we should remind people you can't sacrifice any RH tokens. You can't sacrifice Pulse Chain or PulseX or Hex.
core tokens, yeah.
So that's important to remember. But yeah, I think like from public knowledge and what was kind of known about the Pulse Chain and PulseX sacrifices, there were multiple revisions that happened over like the sacrifice points because so many different tokens were accepted, far more than are accepted in this case. And Fast Abdul observing that the tracker might be doing a better job this time, the sacrifice tracker on the official website, that could be a signal that we would not have to wait months, as we may have had to wait for Pulse Chain and PulseX, even if that tech was ready to go, or those were going to start trading as a token before the platforms
Way
actually
lower
launched.
numbers so far too, right? So sorting out a $10 million sacrifice
Right.
versus a $1 billion sacrifice, just the math of that could take 100 times less time.
Right. And so, like, I'll go ahead and say, I would be really excited for a ProveX token launch by Valentine's Day, because that's about 4 to 5 weeks after the sacrifice ends, and that gives even, what is it, like more like 2 months of time to tabulate the majority of the volume that would come in the first half of the sacrifice, as opposed to like the end. And so, I think it would certainly be a miracle for the token to launch like immediately, like for an airdrop to happen on January 10th. It's pretty clear that it would not happen before the end of the sacrifice period. But if it was technically feasible, I could see an advantage to launching that token as soon as you could in January, because you might have some big news about, the OA entering with tens of millions of dollars. You heard Richard quote Deca millions in his video today. And right now there's only a single Deca million that's come in.
Indeed. So we could get decamillions more. I think it
Right.
is, I wouldn't be shocked if the token launched in January. In multiple posts now, he's hinted that the token could come out before the protocol, like, or before the TAC, right? So I think, it'd be a matter of tabulating the sacrifice being the biggest technical obstacle. And I wouldn't be shocked if that could be done in 10 days to 2 weeks with, assuming the sacrifice doesn't blow up in the next, I don't know, hour or so, which doesn't seem that likely.
What do you mean blow up?
Get really big. You become $1 billion instead of 10 million.
Okay.
If we don't get a million more individual sacrificers in the next hour, I don't think the numbers are that daunting as far as calculations. It's like an Excel spreadsheet, a couple Russian guys, we can figure it out.
There were what were the numbers? Maybe 140,000 sacrificers total between Pulse Chain and PulseX, compared to about 10,000 for this one so far.
Sounds familiar. Big difference, and big difference in what they were sending. Like, because there was all the hex and RH core assets on that one, which are not allowed on this one. It's easier, I think, for the tech to track things like Ethereum being sent than Pulse, etc. So this sacrifice limiting no RH tokens may actually speed up some of the math. And I think that way smaller number of sacrificers is the biggest metric for time to figure out what's actually happening.
There was a comment here somewhere that said, oh, here we go. No mention of Hex's 6th birthday today. Complete failure. I guess you need to rewind to the half an hour plus we spent talking only about Hex with Crispy Man, and made me feel a little bit like a fraud, putting this title of ProveX.info sacrifice when we're talking about Hex so much. But indeed, this video, no matter how it's titled, is celebrating both. And
Richard decided to have today, Hex's birthday, be the rate, the day that the rate increased. That wasn't Maddie's choice. And yeah, we got it in there in the first hour. Crispy Man came on and we celebrated Hex's birthday. Try again.
And I will probably continue to point out the fact that sticking Hex is even less popular than sacrificing for ProveX, which is deeply unpopular. And so but those of you who are contrarians will probably take that to heart and love that information. But that is certainly the case. And at the same time, I think it's fair to say that it's because of Hex and because of time locking that this community has continued to operate at all through the ups and downs, especially through the SEC FUD, but just in general, part of the reason why even the haters of Richard Hart ecosystem still admit that we're one of the best communities in crypto. It's because we've all stuck together and because we have all these incentives aligned in the future because of our staking. And so, um, like RH has hinted, and anybody can see that being long-term minded, it's like totally opposite of being short-term minded. And so the people who are complaining are probably not like the model hexicans necessarily. If you bought the top, you had plenty of time to accumulate at lower prices. Did you not? And if you thought you were going to get rich quick, well, that wasn't ever the thesis in Hex, even though it was the case for a short period of time. But also, part of the reason why Pulse Chain and PulseX have been held back is probably because they had such a high valuation that was supported by Hex having a really high valuation that didn't hold up over time. Like there was a bubble in Hex, and that transferred to Pulse Chain and PulseX. And so that's why this opportunity is so exciting for ProveX, is because you don't have this inflated value being transferred over. And if, as RH hinted, you have something new that goes up a lot in price and can be liquidity paired to Pulse Chain and Hex, that means that it can pull up these other things and help to, finish dissipating the inflated value that we had of Hex before. So, hey, it's totally true. If you buy the top of something and then you don't buy anymore, and especially in the case with Hex, that sucks. It even sucks going for a 50% dip. But at the end of the day, part of what people have to realize is, it's the people who are still here, who are still talking about the opportunity, and people participating in something that can be a way out, that all create the value that that you're wanting to see.
Yeah, I think that volatility is the price you pay for something that can do many X's, and it is emotionally difficult at times, right? Everybody feels that. Eventually, I hope we all feel euphoria, which is when you won't believe it's ever coming down. And even when we tell you you should maybe take some profits, you won't believe us then. You'll think it's going to keep going up forever, because that's just the human condition, right? We grasp on to what's happening right now. If something's working well, you feel like it's going to keep working forever. If something's working poorly, you feel like it's going to keep working poorly forever. But we know that with markets, that's not the case, right? We have cycles, we have human interaction, but we also have these external factors that none of us are controlling directly. So it's a ride. It's not boring, but it can be difficult for some.
Right. Yeah. So, overall, you've got opportunity. You've got a founder who's making videos again. You've got a founder who's pivoting, trying something new, creating something that has a huge addressable market. Coinbase is worth decabillions or low hundreds of millions. There's multiple trillions of dollars, maybe $3 trillion floating around in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And the government's still printing money like it's a joke. And so the fact that the Richard Hart products, they're lower in valuation than they have been in the past, might just be translating to the fact that the business cycle has been slow, and the the monetary policy has been not in our favor. And yet Bitcoin isn't doing that bad. Ethereum isn't doing that bad if you zoom out far enough. So, yeah, people didn't want to hear it when I was saying, wow, 110K for Bitcoin feels a little toppy. I didn't want to believe it when, when Bitcoin was 80 or 90K or 100K at the end of last year, and MicroStrategy was trading at such a premium, but the signs were all there.
Things sometimes, right? But like, opinions are just opinions, and if that is your opinion, it's definitely your right to share it. But yeah, people don't want to hear it, and it's hard to tell them sometimes when things aren't going their way.
Johnny Chaos is here in the comments. Shout out to Johnny, and he says crypto goes up faster than it comes down. Because people that already know their way back are competing with new people finding their way in. Very succinct wisdom there. Shout out to Johnny. He has really quality posts that just keep cranking. I think Johnny Chaos and Tam Tam are both like incredible examples, as are Fast Abdul and Crispy, of people in the ecosystem that are brilliant and have the right spirit and have been here a long time and are committed to being here in the future. So thanks to all of you. And, another all-star we have on the deep bench that is Pulse Chain is KG. I don't know if we'll be able to get him on the stream here, but Fast Abdul had hinted at that.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great. I think he might have some good tech insights for us, and he runs the Pulse Chain native wallet, internet money wallet, which is pretty cool. I'm interested to see if that could that could connect with ProveX somehow, because there's definitely some integration concepts that cross my mind. I think ProveX could be something that some of the builders in the chain are able to build on top of, similar to how things are built on top of Hex, on top of PulseX, on top of Pulse, of course. ProveX might be another tool that we can use as a platform to add things on top of to make it better or serve different people. That's a definite possibility. So I need to do more research before I can really comment about the possibilities, but they do exist.
We love doing our own research around here, that's for sure.
Indeed.
So do you think KG is possibly going to hop on here, or
I think KG will probably join us shortly.
Right on. Well, that sounds good. Another thing that's worth mentioning as we go into the final hour here, and I guess we could guess there's a few points to make actually before I go into something that's super technical, but somebody in the chat had pointed out that Richard did post that 47-minute video to his YouTube account, which confirms that he's still using that as a platform. Some people had speculated that maybe since some FUD had came out, maybe he wasn't going to be using that going forward. And Richard even pointed out in his video today that he hates it when people tell him that he's not there, that he's not the real version of himself, and so that's like of significant news today is that the breaking news. Not only did we get a 47-minute video from Richard that we watched on Twitter, but he also posted it to his YouTube, and so that continues to be a platform that's usable. And I also would add my own speculation that it looks like Hexologist may have made the thumbnail for that, as he's known to do. Also because Richard's thumbnails seem to be, made in Paint or some horrible similar app. So let me go ahead and refresh here where we're at in the last hour. There's $10.67 million that's been sacrificed. That's up, maybe almost $1 million in the past hour, hour and a half. The sacrifice pool appears to be sitting at 4.2 million, with about a 15-minute lag on when the coins hit that wallet to when they get sent to the sacrifice. And then we've got second place at 246,000, third place at 215,000. So we haven't seen a huge whale come in like God Whale or Rackham. But it should continue to be exciting as we have gotten all this new information today. I want to bring up KG here and welcome him to the stream. Thanks so much for coming on.
Hey,
Hey
KG.
guys, how's it going? Fast Abdul, thanks for the invite. Maddie, thanks for having me on. I'm in the new space, so you got to forgive the barrenness and maybe a slight echo.
Looks great, and happy to have you. You're the founder of Internet Money Wallet, internetmoney.io. You have a downloadable app that allows people to use Pulse Chain natively, that a lot of people say works better than MetaMask and other wallets. I think you guys just passed 100,000 downloads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on that. And I'm just probably gonna take like a 3-minute break here during this multi-hour stream that we've got going on, and let you take it away and give your thoughts on the ProveX sacrifice, on Richard's video today, or anything you want to talk about with internet money.
Hey, thanks, Maddie. I guess you're solo spotlighting me. All right, I guess I'll tackle it. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me on. Well, what's up, everybody? I didn't expect a solo spotlight, but here we go. We can come up with some things to say. So I actually haven't watched Richard's video quite yet, but I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to what he has to say. Today, I'm actually on my way to an event here shortly, so I don't have too long, but I thought I'd jump on, say hello to everybody. ProveX, we are excited about the potentialities of what it can be. It's seeming like it's a ZK P2P type thing, and I'm not going to go into all the nuances of what that is, but it's actually pretty cool technology, and it's something that we want to, and we've actually expressed public intent on integrating it natively into internet money on Android, iOS, and Chrome, to where you can use it. Hey, welcome back, buddy. To where you can use ProveX right within your wallet without having to connect or anything. But we're still waiting on some details there. As far as
that would be huge if you could use it right inside the wallet. Then there's an onboarding mechanism there, an offboarding mechanism, and a like cross-chain mechanism potentially, right? So, and it would give it immediate utility. So, yeah, obviously we need some more details before building on something like that, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And to just be able to not have to go to an external site, which is okay to do, but to not have to do that is such an important thing, especially for people, making things easier for people, right? Because we crypto nerds, we can handle all this advanced stuff, but even people in our own community and people in the crypto space, you've got your gigabrain hacker guy over here, and then you've got someone who's bought Bitcoin on Coinbase one time. Even within the industry, you've got a spectrum.
There's also different factors depending what country you live in, right? Like I believe you're in the US, I'm in Canada. Like there's direct onboarding things for us, like through Coast, to get directly onto Pulse Chain, but that might not be the case for somebody that's in China, right? And this like a trustless, permissionless option to get on and off chain, or to move from one chain to another, that moves through Pulse Chain as a hub, I think could be big for the world in general, not just for the US or in UK or Canada, right? Like there's a world of people out there interested in crypto. Not all of them have an easy way to get on. This could definitely be a thing.
Absolutely. And to be able to, if it is ZK P2P, which it seems like it may be, most likely, there's a lot of great integration there with direct connections to Cash App and Venmo and other things that people are already integrated with. I actually use Venmo in my onboarding endeavors. You know, Internet Money has a direct fiat on ramp, but
Yeah.
people are already used to these different financial products. And so not only are you having to say, hey, crypto, okay, you're having to say, hey, Pulse Chain, which is already layers into crypto. And then you're having to say, hey, different financial product on this thing that I don't understand in this microcosm. So when you can link up with Venmo to do stuff, Cash
Yeah.
App, it's
You got Venmo, you got PayPal, or like things
exactly
that whatever they use, if they can interact with this and end up on Pulse Chain, possibly even just in stable coins, right? Oh, I want some stable coins on Pulse Chain. I can move through this. It's a great part of the onboarding process, which is one of the things that, like, for me and you, it's easy enough. Like, oh, yeah, bridge from Ethereum. We have multiple
Exactly.
bridge options now. But try to explain that to, my mother-in-law. It's not that easy. Smart
When I
lady, don't get me wrong, if she's watching, but not that easy.
when I was trying to onboard my own family into the Internet Money ecosystem, they ended up, because getting onto Pulse Chain bridging, all those things. This was years ago when we launched the first part of our product on Binance before Pulse Chain even existed. They ended up handing me their phone. Just even down to importing a token becomes a psychological thing for them to overcome. So all these little points of friction that we can remove. Jeff Bezos put it perfectly. I was listening to an interview with him, and he was talking about their software development flow at Amazon. And they have all these teams for the big projects, right? Yeah, one-click shopping and Prime, okay, Whole Foods, all these things. Well, he has teams that migrate to all of these little projects, and they call them paper cuts. They're because one paper cut, but if the user experience becomes death by 1,000 paper cuts, then it can be
Yes.
a miserable experience for people. And I think crypto is 100% death by 1,000 paper cuts. From the time, even people who are advanced, there's times where I'm like clearing local app data and cache, and just to get my wallet to connect properly to things. It's like you even have to know basic troubleshooting to interact with crypto.
Well, some of that's just how you know that you're early.
That's true. It's a feature. It's a benefit.
Yeah, you got. If I have to do 8 hours of learning just to be able to put money into something, then yeah, it's maybe I'm early. One way to look at
It's
it.
opportunity. That's what it is, right?
I think with ProveX, like there could be some onboarding mechanisms for regular people like that will be huge. Like just the concept of proving that something happened opens up things for fiat currency to interact with crypto in ways that people probably aren't thinking about. Like just for example, what if like a bank, like a regular bank was going to give you a loan against your crypto in some way, right? Something like that could interact with ProveX, like so that like the fiat currency and the cryptocurrency could prove that they both exist and that they were in the place they were supposed to be, right? So like I think we could have some like onboarding rails via mechanisms like that, via people maybe even using it for things like payrolls, right? Like you have devs, you pay your devs. What if your devs don't want to get paid in crypto? Because shockingly, not every dev who works on crypto actually likes to have crypto.
That's valid.
Right?
That's a valid
So
point.
like to prove that like, okay, you got paid via Venmo, right? From crypto. So crypto on like your side, Venmo to fiat on his side, for example. And something that proved that this happened, right? ProveX could be part of that. So I think the number of things it could touch is pretty big. And we can look at ZK P2P and we sort of see the basic rails for that. But I think Richard maybe could do it better. He's He's sexier than those guys. He's got more reach than those guys. And we could have, probably more big industry interested in like how this could work, which would be huge. Like I'm talking insurance, I'm talking investments, all kinds of things need this kind of trustless proof indicators, and some of the even dystopian things we might not like digital ID, which is I think is coming to a lot of countries. This could interact very well with something like ProveX that would prove, is this you? And you could prove it with digital ID without actually creating a blockchain record of your ID, which would be undesirable, right? ProveX is, I think, would be set up like ZK P2P is to handle a transaction like that, which maybe doesn't seem super relevant today, but like crypto and technology moves super fast. It could be something you have to use 2 years from now. Like you have a choice of, app A, app B, or ProveX to do this transaction to get your check from the government, sort of thing, as terrible as that sounds.
Terrible, yes, but also a very good point. It's like, hey, upload your ID here, or use something like ProveX to have a third party say it's good, and this is a quote trusted third party, so you're good by proxy. I'd rather do
I
that
think
than
that's the concept.
yeah.
It's like anything that's verifiable online like that, probably could be set up to, to run through ProveX to prevent you having to KYC more than you need to, right? Versus creating a permanent record somewhere. You could even prove to someone that you are you, like the owner of these funds or whatever it is, without you actually having to reveal to that person who you are, right? With ProveX as the one that handles that proof. So it's hard to think of the exact scenarios where that would be useful, but like when we get to a digital age where 99% of things are digital and we're not, even handling much paper money anymore, and I rarely do on a day-to-day, you can see how like businesses and industry might actually need a tool like this. And if they are going to use a tool like this, like, are they going to make their own software? Like, no, for 2%, we can just use this one, right? Is probably the math is good for a lot of businesses on something like that.
And now, to your point, a really good use case potentially is a whale, or a whale is subjective, somebody that's moving whatever they perceive to be a large amount of money and they want to get crypto. They could buy crypto from somebody in a peer-to-peer way and not have the other party know that they're the one purchasing that large amount. I don't want this person to know that I just ended up with 2 million of whatever coin. And now I'm subject to some risk. And same thing with these centralized databases and stuff. It's I don't know if ProveX is going to have any form of centralized database because
I believe specifically not. If I'm sort of paraphrasing from things Richard said in some posts, but I think like no centralized database can just about quote that as a concept. So
that's big.
Not something that the government could be like, hey, give me your database. Like there'd be what happened on the blockchain, but like I don't think there'd be a continuous record. Do you know any other companies like that like provide a service but then don't keep all the customers' records so that somebody could ask for them or demand them in the future?
There's this wallet I know of, but it's actually, yeah. Thanks for the layup. Yep, Michael Jordan. So, internet money, that's a core philosophy that we have as a wallet is we don't collect or connect any user data at all, any way, shape, or form. We know nothing about any of our users. So, I mean, like your app store is going to know you downloaded internet money, but
Sure.
Apple nor us is going to know what you did while you used internet money. So you get to do what you do without prying eyes. And I think that is such an underrated concept with things like ProveX, with things like internet money, because if we're all being honest with ourselves, most people care about pretty buttons and a nice layout and a feature set more than we care about our data being protected in our anonymity. Now, granted, nice looking app, feels good, feels professional. It's great. I enjoy that myself. But we may enter into a time, and we already are. You saw it in Canada with the truckers. They literally turned those guys' money off, right?
Yep.
For what were they doing? Protesting a vaccine or something, right?
Yeah, I think there was a little longer story, but that was the gist of it. Is the government didn't like what they're doing and shut off their bank accounts. Right. So this is generally undesirable. I don't think it was a good move.
Right, but the point is that's not conspiracy tinfoil hat stuff. That's like that literally happened. That was public knowledge. People got their money turned off. That if you get your money turned off, that means your home is at risk. You can't drink water. Everything we do costs money. So we're entering into that era where they did it to Kanye West as well. Call him crazy, whatever. They turned his money off because they didn't agree with him. So we're entering into that era where financial privacy is actually becoming a real thing that people should consider.
Privacy and also sovereignty, right? Like where you can actually choose what to do with your money. Mm-hmm. Some of the Australian guys I stream with in particular talk about how the banks like basically won't give you your money, right? Unless you meet their standards. And I think the UK as well. I've heard some mentions like they don't like the reason you want to take your money out of your bank. They will stop you, right? So permissionless crypto things like ProveX Internet Money Wallet, I think is a win.
Yeah, what do you want to do with your money? Doesn't matter. Don't even ask me. That's weird. Stop asking me right now.
Yeah, creepy.
You guys are definitely hitting on like the big why for crypto and yeah, like some really important stuff. I want to make a quick note that it looks like the Sacrifice webpage isn't loading for some people. We don't know if it's like a DDoS attack or if it's just like business as usual, but we'll keep monitoring that. I noticed RH replying to a couple of people on Twitter who said that they can't access the Sacrifice site and telling them to turn off VPN or try different things. And so it appears like it's a problem for VPN and non-VPN people. And I'd encourage people to just not panic and make sure you don't sacrifice or send money to an address that's the wrong address.
You can still go in the Telegram, the official ProveX Telegram that I will drop in the chat, and you can get the address from there. I don't want to post the address here, but I will post the chat, and you can go in there and take a look. Here we are.
Yeah, if you're about to send your money away forever, slow down, breathe for a sec. Do it right.
Yeah, that's the official chat I put in there. There's if you type !SAC in there, it pulls up the wallet. It's also pinned. No admins will DM you. That's always a scammer 100% of the time. There are copies of all of us floating around the internet that are fake scammers trying to take your money. So be careful.
And gentlemen, I am going to have to jump. I wish I could stay longer, but I see my timer going off. So I appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for holding this space. Thanks for having me on. I do want to drop just a quick note about we have some exciting updates coming soon for Internet Money. We hear your demands. We hear your pleas. Internet Money is right now going through a several phase UI update and overhaul. So the app's going to look different, same functionality. So you're not going to have to worry about anything changing in that respect, anything getting messed up. We've seen that in the past. So nothing crazy like that, but the app should look a lot more professional, clean, and in line with what people are asking. Again, it's going to roll out in several phases. So your feedback is going to be appreciated along the way.
Right on. Cool. Well, that's something to look forward to. And thanks again for coming on and for everything you do for the ecosystem.
Hey, thanks, buddy. You too. Nice haircut, by the way. Haven't got to tell you that yet. Looks awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks again for the invite, guys. See you later.
The Sacrifice website appears to be back up and functioning. As we show it
Really, we're
here,
just traffic
there's
on the site, not an attack. There's people trying to get in there as quick as they can. Take your time, people.
And it's showing now that there's $10.93 million sacrificed. I don't remember exactly what the final betting numbers were between Buck and Dylan in their $200 bet. Maybe the cutoff was like 11 million or something. So
We'll find out.
Either
Well,
way,
we got what is
always
that since we
entertaining.
started? We have well, it was 8.9 when we started, I think. So we're like $2 million up, probably
Right.
because of the stream.
There we go.
Still a super low number though.
But to all the regulators watching, we're just reporting the news.
That's true. We're just telling it like it is. We're talking about points anyway. It's just a sacrifice or a political
That's
statement.
Right. Yep. And Hex Monkey has identified that people are dumping cores in the home stretch. It looks like there had been a maybe 10 or 15% pump between the rest of crypto pumping today and between RH's video that came out and now in the past hour that's reversed. PulseX is back to multiple zeros, 111, which is up 1.2% on the day and down 2.1% on the hour. That's, I think, what we would have expected. Even if people are, if they're clamoring to like complain about like, oh, that pump didn't last, but in reality, there's still a major competition going on between people who are deciding, whether to hold on to Pulse Chain and PulseX and Hex, or whether they want to trade it into a low liquidity environment at near all-time lows to join the ProveX sacrifice. And as I would have predicted, RH's video coming out, it's got people a little bit more excited about ProveX than they may have been a few hours ago. And so this is all kind of as expected that, that in the medium and long term, Pulse Chain and ProveX are probably going to have more volatility to the upside, whereas in the immediate term, there's still sell pressure happening as the community polarizes into people who are having higher conviction on average holding Pulse Chain and PulseX versus people who didn't have as much conviction and now they're rotating into ProveX.
Yeah, no, definitely something there. Though the flip side of that is, in 32 minutes the SAC rate goes up. It doesn't go up that much, like we're talking 6% or something. But
6.25%, is it? 6.5%.
Yeah, if you slide it along there, it'll tell you. But if you go out like 10 days, it becomes much worse. So
6.25, and that compounds. And so then you get $1.12 per 10,000 points. Then you get almost $1.20, $1.27. And once you're a week out, then it's already 52% higher.
Yep.
Then another week, you're at 133% higher. It's unclear to me exactly how the sacrifice pool will treat um, the bonus increase. Um, Buck did say that they're going to continue it um, after the day takes over today, but at a higher rate. Um, and I would hope that that rate wouldn't diverge too much from the natural rate that's increasing or be higher so as to protect the bonuses that people have locked in and the whole point of the volume bonus and the time bonus. But that'll be up to him how he operates that, and we might get a chance to ask him here before this live stream is over.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of details on the Telegram on exactly how the rates work. One thing he said that seems logical is that he wants to make sure that everybody who participates via the pool is better for doing so. So I imagine any rules that are made around that will be for the general benefit of all participants. But you don't have to participate with the pool. You can sacrifice directly if you prefer. Right on ProveX.info to get those details. And yeah, there could be reasons for doing that too. Even if it's just to reduce your contract risk, you can send directly yourself right to the wallet on the site there. Just double, triple check to make sure you're on the right site, that you have the right wallet, and that you're sending only things that qualify. All core coins, Hex, Pulse, PulseX, Inc. Do not qualify. You can't send any core tokens whatsoever. You will lose your money.
Our StreamYard audience tracker is saying 2,100 people have come across this stream so far. The majority of those were impressions on X and are not live viewers, but we still have actually a shockingly low number of people watching live, even though that number sounds pretty high. I think a lot of streamers misinterpret that number because it used to show people watching live on YouTube, and at one point it showed people watching live on Twitter, but now it inflates the Twitter number to show everybody that has had an impression on the tweet. And even if they go away from the video and stop watching it, the number doesn't go down. And so,
but they could, some of them could be watching on Twitter though, right? Like that could be part of the number of people actively watching right now.
Right. Yeah. We see only 63 people watching on Matty Allen YouTube, 56 on a Hexfire YouTube, and those are current numbers. And then 926 on my Twitter and 1,139 on Fast Abdul's Twitter. Absolutely. And so I think that's kind of an interesting statistic to look at. I know that there are two other live streams happening right now. Although I think that this one's been the longest running, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say like the most informative, but yeah, you've got a couple other streamers live right now that that have like similar or less viewerships than we do. And so overall, you're seeing pretty low viewership right now, possibly because people are focusing on their sacrifice wallets. People are watching the 47-minute video that Richard put out, maybe watching it twice. And some people have just tuned out because they don't like the low prices, because they're feeling the pain. And
all of crypto right now for social media stuff has been down the last week, I've noticed, just on like views on X in general. Numbers are depleted due to sadness.
That's right. And so again, that like underscores the opportunity that's here with only $11 million being sacrificed so far for an RH project that is addressing like a really huge addressable market. It's uh, going after a new technology, and so that's pretty exciting and something that is worth mentioning in the historic stream. I've been YouTubing now about Hex and Pulse Chain for 5 or 6 years, and uh, almost all of my hundreds of videos with thousands of hours, like almost all of it is still up. I think maybe there were 1 or 2 streams that I took down over because of copyright or exceptions to the rule. But yeah, so this is particularly interesting that there's low viewership and high opportunity. That also goes along with the idea of being closer to a bottom than a top. Let's look at this question from Franklin, who's a longtime community member and all around great guy. He says, sorry, just got back. So disregard if already answered. Will it be worth it for second round sack in the pool? And what would that gain possibly be?
He's talking about after the sack rate goes up. What would be your gain in sacking again?
So in the pool, you might expect something like when people were first joining the pool and little information was known about ProveX compared to now, you had like a 10% success fee that was being charged by the pool operators, and then you saw that rate tick up as like the pool was trying to maintain its ratio of having just the right balance between people who are in the pool and people who are out of the pool, because that affects the bonus multiplier. If everybody that sacrificed for ProveX joined the same pool, then the bonus points would not have any effect at all. And it would be like exactly at the middle point between 3.0x and 1x. And so the pool has like been incentivized to like raise their fee over time. And the fee's been raised up, starting around 10%. And then I think the latest fee was maybe like 33%. And so I would expect that if that Buck would be doing some advanced modeling, and he would be basically making sure that the people who join the pool early aren't diluted much, if at all, and that the fee on the pool would go up like at least 6.25% per day.
I think the pool, the rate that you get in terms of points would naturally go down in the pool as well. Seems intuitive, right? So that people sacrificing in the second round, or 5 days from now, they're not getting as many points in the pool scenario, just like if they sacrifice directly. I wouldn't think it would be.
Yeah, I guess that that represents another way to do it. And so I know we've invited Buck back again after the sacrifice day ticks over. And so it's likely that we'll get a chance to ask him that here shortly. And yeah, I think it's a great question. Fast, it looks like I've got another 15% left on my battery.
Okay.
And then I'll switch laptops. And so most likely there won't be a huge disruption, but if I suddenly go dark, just know that my streaming setup is actually pulling more power than the laptop can take in. So
I've been working on some renditions of Disney songs that I'd like to sing for the community. Oh wait, that'll get us copyright. I'll do some original poetry if you drop off the screen. How about that?
I understand. the importance of me staying live. So we're up to 11.13 million. And there's just 21 more minutes to go for people who are trying to qualify for the best SAC rate. We've seen Ethereum go up in value today, significantly, maybe 5 or 10%. And so people are getting an advantage there if they were holding out for Ethereum to do a little bit better.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
And the chat is saying that Rackham did sack 300K, which needs to be confirmed, but is really juicy news. And we appreciate the chat. We appreciate the chat for helping to tell the viewers what's up. I don't see a specific sack for the 300K amount. And so I wonder if it happened through the pool. Maybe that'll be something that Buck can either confirm or deny when he comes back on. If the user in the chat could give a source other than I made it up, that would be greatly appreciated. A longtime Hexakin and one of the best among us, Bitfinesse, writes, so we all need to be thinking about what we want to see in crypto. We have so many brains here. The more brains we can have on this thought, the better. Brilliant point as always. Bitfinesse was, I would say, like, if you crossed the spirit of Tam Tam with the spirit of Tiger Crypto, you would have this OG from the beginning. But of course he came before the other two members of our community. But I think I can fondly recall like Bitfinesse like going on some strong hex rants on video, like in a pretty crazy awesome way. So I guess I won't like
it is an entertainment industry still, right? Like, you know, we're talking about numbers and, you know,
it was
weird things. You got to make
it was highly entertaining and also highly educational, and so
Johnny Chaos does some good rants too that I really enjoy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We have a huge wealth of individuals who have come on camera for Hex and Pulse Chain, and I know even a year or two ago I had totaled up all the people who came on the conferences that I run, and we had exceeded 165 people who were like multi-occasion streamers. And then when we set the world record for the most YouTubers live on a single screen, we had 230 members of the community that all participated. And so I don't know of any other crypto, including cryptos in the top 10, that have that many people who are not paid to be here and create content and do a really great job. And I hope that we continue to be able to use that wealth of characters and brains.
Great. And I think we'll get new people too, as things start to look better, which I think they will. But you know, I think that the current characters have really carried us through the bear market, the pulse chain bear market, if you want to call it that. Hopefully the next 15 minutes of the ProveX SAC will mark the end of that, which I think it could in some ways, because some of the people who are selling to go into the SAC here, they're probably going to stop. And I think other people are probably waiting to buy core assets when the sacrifice rate gets worse, which will be happening in moments. How much time we got left?
I think it was interesting that crypto solve who's a on-chain sleuth, who I valued despite him saying things that don't seem to be factually true about Maddie token. But he or she or they or whatever still seems to be a valuable resource more times than not, and had profiled somebody who was exiting validators and selling billions of PLS like over the past month or so, and predicted that they would continue to do so going forward. But I agree that like a lot of the buy pressure has been diverted into ProveX, and just simply saying like who are the sellers doesn't tell you what the price is going to do, because it's always a function of how much buy pressure there is as well. And I would remind people that before Pulse Chain launched, you had this huge surge in the price of EHEX because, and I mean, it was what it did like a 10x or something, 5x, because people wanted exposure to the next thing that was coming out. And so you might expect to see something similar in Pulse Chain, where if a ProveX launch is imminent, you might see people buying a Pulse Chain because because that's what everybody's doing in order to get ahead of a ProveX launch.
You would probably have to at least have some Pulse to participate if it launches on Pulse Chain, right? So it
right.
it seems likely.
We're up to $11.58 million with 14 minutes to go. So that's exciting, and we've surpassed 11,000 total sacrifices, and the sacrifice board is showing 456 unique tokens. Now, if we don't get an OA sacrifice over the next 5 weeks until the end of the sacrifice period, it's actually conceivable to think that the total supply for ProveX tokens could be under 1 trillion. Currently, the number of points is sitting at 231 billion. Do we have numbers off the top of our heads for how many Pulse Chain and PulseX tokens exist?
We certainly could fairly quickly. I don't want to speculate. I'm not that good at that, but I'll pull up Pulse Scan here.
Hexander says, Maddie, thanks for stepping up for the last minute FOMO stream. I may have just blown this off entirely, but WTF, SAC. Hey, shout out to you. I think it's always my goal to try to bring alpha, and especially where I enthusiastically participated and talked about Pulse Chain and PulseX, and I bought as soon as they launched, and rode them down and kept buying the lower it went. I think it would be really uncool for me to not cover something that is so much less liked and so much more contrarian, because I think there's way more opportunity here than there was with those, because of the high valuations, because it's hard to do a 100x when you're starting with 600 million or $1 billion or $14 billion worth of value in people's minds. Is it safe to say that Pulse and PulseX are dead to RH? I would say that is very much not the case, and something that we saw in the video today. I think that people are much more likely, and have been much more not expecting the sacrifice address or the OA to be like buying up tokens, but instead to be creating value in other ways. And I think ProveX is an important example of how new buy pressure could be created for Pulse and PulseX. And so I think the price makes it look like they're dead, but the community definitely points to otherwise. And even just $11.5 million coming in doesn't seem like a lot, but it is, given how low sentiment is and given that liquidity is so low. So
Yep.
I think they're
As
just
far
playing dead.
as numbers, Maddie, I have 141 trillion, 550 billion PulseX. So there's a lot of PulseX. Pulse is quite a bit lower at about 14.81 trillion. So yeah, I suspect if the points turned into tokens and it was based on the amount sacrificed, that there'd be a much lower amount of ProveX tokens in existence.
And according to GoPulse.com, excluding the OA, I'm seeing the number of PLS tokens sitting at 17 trillion and PulseX at 20 trillion. And so the fact that we're at like, just over 200 billion right now is notable, because I believe hundreds of millions of dollars had been sacrificed at this point for PulseX and Pulse, being whatever we are, 21 days into it. Is that where we're at? Yeah, day 21.
Yep.
So, so this is much more contrarian. And, a lot of people are thinking, oh, this is dead. Why would I do another sacrifice? Why would I put more into this sacrifice or the same amount that I did in the past, or anything? And we're going to find out how it does. There's risk in anything in crypto, and this is a sacrifice, so you don't have any guarantee that you'll get anything, let alone huge multiples. But that's why you have to make the decision yourself, and this is not financial advice.
I think that people need to realize too, especially if you're a community member and you're torn on what to do, not doing anything is 100% a viable choice, right? Like choosing not to sell your Pulse Chain assets to participate in this, or just sitting it out is okay. There's zero guarantees of anything here, and if you want to stick with what you have, I think that's a completely valid choice, and it might even be the best choice. We don't have enough details to know either way.
I sacrificed.
As did I, but with some moderation. I'm not. I'm still bullish on RH tokens. Not financial advice, but that's how I feel. I think everything in the ecosystem will probably have its day.
Well, there's just over 7 minutes left, and then the rate ticks up. We're still waiting to see how the final podium looks. It does appear that there is a second place person with exactly $300,000 and some change, which matches up with one of the YouTube commenters that said that they had read somewhere or speculated that Rackham, a notorious whale, had sacrificed $300,000. I am seeing that showing up now as the number 2 spot.
Yeah.
What you'll notice is that actually pushed the multiplier for the pool up a little bit, which the pool is now at 4.4 million and sitting at a 2.61x multiplier, whereas the second place is a 2.2x multiplier with $300,000 sacrificed. And so right now, people are just speculating that was Rackham, who is a very controversial whale in the ecosystem, and I think was running the top pool for Pulse Chain and PulseX. He also created like a pink sheet stock ticker for the previous sacrifices that was called Everything Blockchain, based out of Florida, and then like dissolved the company and tried to cover it up. But he I don't know, we don't have to talk only about him, but I guess my takeaway is what a relief if he does not have the top spot and only has $300,000 in. That makes me feel pretty
I
good.
believe it's a fraction of what was previously put in by him, right? Like in the Pulse X and Pulse Chain sacrifices were 10 times that, 20 times that, way bigger whale. So less sell pressure if that's the concern. Though
Right.
what a guy does with his coins is up to him.
Yeah, and it also means that to me that the sacrifice rules were to perfection, in the sense that we didn't have the ability to sacrifice Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX, and so a whale who was disproportionately favored by the previous bonus didn't automatically get a huge compound bonus this time. And I think that there's resentment, like in some of my past streams about like people joining a pool. And my attitude has changed on that, where it's like, well, yeah, if joining a pool is the best game theory, then
we didn't make the game. Richard made the game, and he included a volume bonus. So cheers to Buck and team for giving smaller people access to that bonus. We don't have the final numbers, but the math looks good to me.
I think it's still something that could draw criticism, from like purists. But at the end of the day, I think having that multiplier available to so many people, whereas in the past you had to be friends with like a particular whale that
True.
had very duplicitous behavior, is a better situation this time. I sacked directly last time and I joined the pool this time, so my attitude changed on it. And I think there's value to both, because you could be more of a purist and still do okay, or you could join the pool and do okay, but it's not like in my opinion, like this time it's not an evil cabal that's like lying and committing fraud and like doing all these things that I wouldn't say they did those things if I didn't really think that they did. So so I think like this time is better. I think that not having a giant whale come in to beat the sacrifice pool is also cool, because then it distributes the tokens more. I think the bonus and like the fee that the pool is taking is like pretty high, and like something that I might criticize if they dumped it all immediately or something, but if they end up being good stewards, then that would be cool. The pool's up to 4.5 million with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. I guess you could still have a God whale or Rackham like join after this cutoff in a minute, as like a real uh, mind fuck.
The numbers we're seeing are also going to be a little bit delayed, less delayed from EVM chains, but I've seen like some of the sacrifices from Solana and stuff like that take potentially a day or more to show up on the leaderboard. So
good
we
point.
may have to check in tomorrow for the final numbers,
Now,
which could be somebody's strategy, sneak one in there in the last 30 seconds.
and then the volume bonus still happens, I guess, up until January 4th. And so that's another piece of game theory to keep in mind.
Though it's greatly diminished, right? Like what's the rate on January 4th
well,
there? $7.40.
Right, but there's still a volume bonus. Yeah, but the rate goes down significantly. So I guess what I'm saying is like in the next like 1 or 2 days, like you could still see possibly a whale come in with full force and
Yeah.
still be able to take advantage of the bonus, but they'd be paying a 6% or 12% haircut on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we just had the day tick over. The time until the next rate hike is now 23 hours and 59 minutes. The amount that ended up getting sacrificed so far looks like it was 11.82 million. I'm going to hit refresh just to see if that number shot up in the last minute or something.
I think we had individuals who sacrificed more than that in the past for Pulse and Pulse X. It's a pretty low number for a Richard Hart token. I'm also getting the flashing screen like you. Something's happening. The suspense is building.
Right. One viewer says, I think the only thing we learned here is nobody watches your show anymore. Well, you're watching it, so there you go. But in reality, yeah, that's something we've highlighted is this is a low point in sentiment, and it's an outsized opportunity. If we were getting more viewership than ever, it might be a sign that this sacrifice was maybe less of a good idea or wouldn't have as much opportunity. And yeah, so I'm okay with that. And I mean, I still think viewership is pretty good, being down so much and still really having great speakers on. The final point would be it's not how many people are watching, it's who's watching. And the people who are watching now are probably the people who have the biggest bags, have the most conviction, or both. And so I would rather have 50 or 100 millionaires or decamillionaires or 1 billionaire watching my stream than to have 1,000 or 10,000 people on Solana who only have $5 to their name. And that's how the show's always been, that it's not for beginners.
Yep.
So let us know if you have any more questions, and we'll try to keep the stream going for about another hour so we can get more feedback from Buck if he's able to jump back on and give us a recap of where things have landed. I had heard he said he was like staying up for 24 hours or something in order to field all the whales that were joining the sacrifice at the end. So I'd understand if he's tired, but I think we might get him back before the end of the stream.
Cool.
We also have oh, go ahead.
We'll get the post game wrap up on what's happened here.
That's
and find out about that bet that those boys had. I'm kind of curious to see who was closest.
We'll find out about the bet and find out about how the points are scored in the pool going forward. So we also have regrets from one of our live streamers who had planned to be on the stream, Giga, the Minter. He would have been able to come on for a few minutes at the beginning, but he ended up having something come up that's totally understandable. And so he's indicated that he'd like to hop on a stream in the future and be able to break down all the lore and game theory and speculations.
Go.
Fast, I'm going to check on my laptop battery here for a minute if you want to entertain the audience.
I'll pontificate on something
briefly. Awesome. Thank you.
So one thing that's definitively occurred to me, and probably a lot of you, and when everybody sees something like this, it's usually the effect is dulled a bit, but like we know that people are selling their core tokens to participate in the sacrifice. I think that's partially by design. Richard made it so you had to do that if you didn't have other cash on hand, if you want to participate. I can see two, good and bad things about that. One of the, the obvious things is like, okay, now the sack rate is getting worse, meaning that that's probably going to slow down or stop. I would say as of this moment, slow down and then stop, in another 5 to 10 days when the sack rate really gets bad in terms of how many points you get per dollar. So bullish personally on, the prices from here on Pulse Chain assets. The other angle to consider is that, when we look at this stuff, we look at the whale bonus of 3x, even bigger than Pulse X and Pulse bonuses, which were 2.5. That was not a crowd pleaser for the community, right? It was like one of the main complaints about the Pulse X sacrifices were these whale bonuses. Now, if that was the case, and Richard was aware, which I'm sure he was, why would he make it bigger, right? Why is it now a 3x bonus? And I think, and this is not always nice to reflect on, but I think there's a certain shakeout element here. And some people were shaken out of Pulse and Pulse X and Ink and other good tokens on chain to go into the ProveX sacrifice. And I hope it works out for them. I participated myself, not by selling cores, but, I'm definitely in there. But that being potentially intentional makes me wonder what happens next with core tokens. All right. So we know that when Richard calculates X's, like he did for Hex, like the 10,000 X on Hex, it wasn't from launch price. It wasn't from somewhere in the middle. It was from the low point on the chart, the all-time low. So, if ProveX says Sacrifice has manufactured the all-time low for some other Pulse Chain assets, I imagine if Richard's posting, bragging about the number of X's his tokens do in the future, it would be from around now, which, if you had a crystal ball in the future and Richard was talking about how Hex, Pulse X, etc., did a 10,000 X, he would be looking back to this day to do that math. And if you had a crystal ball, you would wish you would have bought on the day where the X's were calculated from. So, it's not financial advice at all, but it's just speculation that, there may be more game theory here. There may be different angles. And I think people should probably, proceed with moderation, not assuming that the new thing being ProveX is going to be the best thing or the only thing, and that the old things are, definitively worse. I think it could be the opposite. They could be better. There's many different ways to look at it here. So, if for my bags, for my money, like I'm looking at buying the dip on some of these core tokens at what I think are bargain rates, what I think are, maybe where the X's are going to be calculated from a year from now for the bragging rights. So, I hope ProveX does very well. I hope the token does well. There's many ways it could help Pulse Chain, including bonded liquidity, Hart's Law, ProveX paired with Pulse, for example. ProveX does a 10,000x. It would pull up the price of Pulse, which pulls up pretty much every other token on the chain. So, that's certainly a bullish scenario. But there could be something else at play here. There could have been the last of the weak hands are out of some of these core tokens now. So if there was a time to pump them, or there was a time where they had less sell pressure because the last of the weekends had left, it could certainly be right now. What do you guys think? Bitfinesse is asking how many wallets sacrificed. Let me see if that information is available. I see 11,326 wallets. Oh, now 11,332 wallets sacrificed, which I suspect is very down compared to previous sacrifices. Relatively few people. Probably some of those numbers are the same person sacrificing from multiple wallets. I remember for Pulse and Pulse X, some people sacrificed from hundreds of wallets because they thought they might get some sort of magical airdrops. I don't think that ever came to be. Most airdrops these days seem to be scams. So maybe don't do that. With the way the volume bonuses work, there's certainly not a big advantage to splitting up your sacrifice. Oh, Briz says my mic's a little off. I'll get closer to the mic, Briz. Let me know if it's better. So the bottom line is that this has been a big day for us. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of activity, a lot of emotions, but everything's going to go on, right? When I watched that video with Richard today, and I need to watch it probably at least one more time to pick up all the details, but he still seemed bullish on Pulse Chain to me, and he seemed bullish on all his tokens, right? So the guy is not skipping town, obviously. It is Richard, obviously. He looks like Richard, talks like Richard. He's angry at us like Richard when we say stupid shit. It was pretty bullish in general on the entire ecosystem. So I think having this new tool, ProveX, is going to be pretty cool, and it's going to be bullish for us. It's going to be something that people are going to build on top of. I'm starting to look at ways of how could I build on top of this? And I have a couple ideas, but it will draw in attention to the ecosystem beyond just the token price. But the token price is a very interesting topic of discussion, right? So when we look at the sacrifice, which will probably go up a bit from now, but is, in my opinion, super low. And if that turns into coins, it's going to be, it's still going to be a very low valuation. If there is a big win there in terms of price go up, that's going to draw some attention to the chain, and people will be interested in that. And it will probably bring some new eyeballs and new people bridging over into Pulse Chain. We all know to interact on Pulse Chain, you have to have Pulse in your wallet. Even if people come in just for ProveX, they're probably going to start looking around, and they're going to find some other good things that are going on here. We're going to have some interactions with people. We're going to have a chances as a community to talk to new people about the new thing, and then introduce them to the old things or the necessary things. In the case of Pulse, where it's you have to have this, you have to understand this to be able to transact here. So we have an opportunity for advertising, for outreach. There's definitely going to be some advantages to just being in the community and being able to intercept those new people as they come in. Just like we've seen with the tablets, where people post on Twitter, what's this, right? We're going to get that with ProveX potentially, when people are like, does anybody know about this chart with all the green candles, right? That could be pretty cool. And it'd be especially cool if we could say, oh, also look at these other charts for Pulse, Pulse X, Inc., etc., that also have green candles. I think that would be a great discussion to have on Twitter or other places. But yeah, there's definitely things coming around. So update on the sacrifice. I see the numbers have bumped up. I'm just going to refresh my screen. 12.525 million. So I think there's about a 30-minute lag on sacrifices from EVM chains like Ethereum or Pulse chain. And it can be longer, even days on non-EVM chains. So we could see those numbers change substantially in the next 24 hours. I would be surprised if there was $1 million sent on top of that wasn't already here in this number. I think most people are sending from Ethereum. It updates pretty smoothly. For you guys watching, if you are planning on sacrificing, I recommend sacrificing from Ethereum or from Pulse Chain. Just remember that you can't send any Pulse Chain assets in terms of core tokens. So you can't send Pulse, Hex, Inc., or Pulse X are not accepted. You will lose your money. Do not do that. But sacrificing from an EVM chain like Ethereum. So if you're on Solana and you can just bridge over to Ethereum and send ETH from there, or stablecoins USDC from Ethereum, it will get updated on the website quicker. It will be it'll just be less likely to be a glitch that needs to be solved in the future. And those things are pretty easy to do. Moving from one chain to another, especially if that chain is Ethereum, I think it's not going to be too tricky. Any more questions from the chat? Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. We'll be right back. Oh, there we go. Somebody said, didn't you or Max guess about 10 million? I think Dylan was guessing around 10 million. Buck was pushing for 12 million. Red Bull Vodka says, Fast Abdul, so did you sack them, bro? I put some in. I'm not gonna say how much. I think the concept of diversifying here in terms of with moderation, right? Like, so we have a new thing. Should you touch the new thing? Like, and not financial advice, just from my perspective. For me, it's like, I should probably have some connection to the new thing, but I don't think I want to lose my connection with the old thing at all. So, for me, that meant I was going to push the concept of moderation going into the SAC, but moderation and holding or possibly acquiring more core tokens at what I think are artificially low prices. As we all know that the SAC pushed down the price of core tokens, people are selling out. And I think that situation is about to change, or maybe already changed. So, hey, so far so good. So Briz says Dylan and Buck had bet 11 million. Buck said over 11 million, and Dylan said under 11 million. Well, I guess Buck won if that was the case today. So Dylan will have to give up that $40. Still though, like when we look at the Pulse X sacrifice being $1 billion, and this sacrifice being $12 million, it's a huge difference. 1 billion being 1,000 million, right? So there's a very substantial amount. Briz says 11.8 million was sacrificed. That's not the number I see, Briz. I see 12.525, now 12.53. But I guess it depends when the cutoff was. But some things could have been sent in before the cutoff that haven't gone through yet on the screen. It wouldn't mean that they wouldn't count for the same sacrifice bonus. So if we look now at the sacrifice pool, so Buck's sacrifice pool is now at $4.6 million. I believe it was at $3.8 million when we started this stream. So there's about 800,000 and change that went in there, in the last 3-4 hours. Pretty substantial. As somebody mentioned earlier, there's a new wallet that's in the number 2 position with 300,000. It's been speculated that that's Rackham Rochelle. I cannot confirm or deny at this point. But it looks like, there's more than one player in here. But ultimately, like it's it's a pretty low number. 11,342 people have sacrificed with 456 unique tokens. But there's really, based on $12 million and change, that's going to be a pretty low valuation for this token, in my opinion. I think that the token's going to come out very shortly after the sacrifice, and that the protocol won't have launched yet. But I could be wrong. There could be there could be a delay on the token. Like we all know that Pulse and PulseX took years effectively before they're on the market. But Richard's posted fairly recently. I'm going to read it here. I don't have the ability to share at the moment, but from the ProveX X account that only follows Richard Hart and nobody else. I speculate that maybe Richard controls this account. He writes, the token itself can exist before the infrastructure that burns it is fully operational. And he made a previous post that was a little more cryptic from the Richard Hart account that also sort of indicated that a token could be launched for a protocol before the protocol was built. So to me, that means that probably what's going to happen is shortly after the sacrifice, if indeed the sacrifice points do turn into tokens, we'd likely see a token that was available on the market that corresponded to that was not attached to a protocol that was up and running. Now, that being said, I have also no proof and no reason to believe the protocol wasn't finished 6 months ago. That's completely possible, and maybe he's just waiting to press the button. We could find that out too. But for there to be a minimal period of time, let's say 3 to 6 months, where there was just a token and it was 100% speculation without the protocol to back it up for utility, I think that would be just fine. I think it would be a win versus having the token be delayed and missing an important time in the market, right? So let's just say, for example, and I'm not a chart guy, so this is not a prediction, but let's say Bitcoin did pump to 200K in this cycle, and that happened sometime between January and March. I think it would be very useful to actually be there. To have the token be live at that time would definitely be a bonus. Versus missing that pump in crypto in general, missing those eyeballs that come in that important part in a bull market. So yeah, I speculate that Richard would probably try to get it out there as early as possible, as quickly as the SAC data could be calculated and those points could be given to specific wallets. I would think that's when it would happen. The protocol itself, this is a heavier build in my opinion. I haven't done a deep dive, but just from I have done a deep dive on PulseX and Pulse to some extent. Pulse is a heavier lift than PulseX, but PulseX wasn't that heavy a lift in terms of coding. Something like this with all the possible interactions, not to mention potentially business deals that would need to be made with things like Venmo and other non-crypto entities to really make it work great, could take an extended period of time. I would think there'd be a minimum viable product that could be released, relatively quickly, and then it could be upgraded with new features, new partners. Partners will be a big deal for something like this. But there's going to be, definitely there could be an extended period of time for building. I would hope it would be within 6 months. I think that's a time frame where people would feel comfortable. So Red Bull Vodka says, I just got in from work and seen RH bid, so sacked a small amount of ETH Arbitrum before the first deadline. We'll put more in another time. Cool. I recommend, sir, if you are participating and you're interested in getting more points, specifically that the sack rate goes up over time. So it's gone up a little bit now by 6.25%. That will go up even more in the coming days, and it goes up to basically being 10 times worse than it is right now. So it's going to be definitely definitely advantages in terms of points to sacrifice sooner rather than later. That is not financial advice. So G4B says, yeah, 300K confirmed for Rackham by Buck. Okay, probably correct then. That's a very moderate amount for Mr. Rackham compared to past sacrifices, which I'm not going to comment on any sort of issues, but like I think it's overall bullish that we don't have big whales who participate in the sacrifice so far, to my knowledge, that will hold a lot of power in that ecosystem. So we have this large sack pool, and there's some bigger guys in there, but there's multiple people, right? Probably 100 plus people in that sack pool. I'm sure I can get those numbers. And so it means that there's more holders. It's divided up over more people with a more fair distribution. I think that's that's more likely to be a win, certainly. See if those numbers are on the website here. No, I'm not seeing the sack pool numbers at the moment. Oh, you're back. That's good.
Hey, can you hear me and see me?
I can. And I just finished my poem, and people went silent. They're not even talking about it. It must have been good.
Must have been good.
So what else do we know?
Well, we know that my laptop didn't die yet, so that's good. And yeah, I'm excited to see if Buck and Dylan can make it on here now that the sacrifice is wrapped up. But we'll keep going for another 25 minutes either way, and I'll go ahead and send them a message to let them know we're happy to have them back on if they still want to come back on.
Yeah. Sack number is still trickling up a bit.
All right.
12.544 million.
Let's go. People are grabbing life by the horns.
Indeed.
Well, and we've provided here over 4 hours of education and commentary. Excited to see this day go down in history as the least participated Richard Hart sacrifice and the perhaps least celebrated Hex birthday, but that just means there's so much opportunity for people, perhaps. And if not, then we're all in trouble. But I think I'm still bullish and excited, and I'm still here. And I see, I really do see these sacrifice numbers as still showing strength, even though it seems like it's been a cannibal fest. I think it's with the low liquidity, what's really happened is it's polarized people into like, people who are more polarized into wanting to hold Pulse and PulseX. And as Fast Abdul had said, we might see people who had money on the sidelines also wanting to jump in now that the cannibalization process for the ProveX sacrifice is over.
Yep.
I also did see on-chain sleuths pointing out that not as much money has been taken off of Pulse Chain as has sold for stables on Pulse Chain or has migrated to the sacrifice. And so that's more evidence pointing to the possibility that people were hoping to buy back lower or hoping to buy later on once the sacrifice finished shaking out the weak hands or the strong hands or whatever hands we're on at this point.
Yeah. Some traders be trading, right? Some guys probably anticipated a dip and sold and planned to get back in. So we may see those numbers change soon.
The true diamond hands are the people who used Hex to time lock for the future. And some of those people bought Hex way lower than the price is now. Some bought way higher. And some won't quit, like Tam Tam, who I would recommend people following on Twitter. You can go to x.com/PulseChain and follow all of the PulseChain affiliate accounts who are affiliated with the PulseChain conference, which would include myself and Fast Abdul and Tam Tam and a number of other excellent accounts. We do have word that Buck will be rejoining us here shortly, so that's something to look forward to as we kind of wrap up our analysis here. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there will be a lot more reporting to do on this over the next month or so. I know I'm going to be putting out a call for speakers for people who want to speak at the 6th annual hexconference.com. That'll be happening on January 6th through 9th. And I'll be DMing probably over 100 people who have spoken in years past recently. And so looking forward to putting together an awesome lineup for that 4-day time block. And that'll also coincide with the true end of this sacrifice phase. So definitely something to look forward to, and it's coming up in about a month and 4 days.
Do you think the dates that have been picked for stuff surrounding ProveX, do you think they're meaningful? Like that today is Hex's 6th birthday, for example?
Yeah, it sure does look like it. And it looks like the period where the rate increases is longer here than it has been in previous RH sacrifices. And so that might have been in order to stretch out the time in between Hex's birthday and the 6th annual Hex conference, which are both like two of the biggest events of the year, whether it feels like it or not. Those have historically been really strong days for the YouTube and streaming community. For example, on I guess it was January 9th, 2023. That's the last time Richard live streamed, and that was at the Hex conference on my channel. And then the year after that, January 9th, 2024, Richard revealed on Twitter that he had the best lawyers in the business and would be fighting back against the SEC. And then I guess that was also the year we set the world record for the most YouTubers live, even though Hex was very low. The community still rallied around. And some people observed that it's only during war and hard times that church attendance peaks. And they observed a similar effect in the Hex conference having kind of low sentiment but high turnout that year. And then from January 9th, 2024, up until the middle of March, when the Pulse Tour conference happened, that's when we saw the biggest run in PulseChain, where the OA was buying and the price did like 10x or 20x, depending on which ticker you were in. And so that was really notable. And then this past year, Richard did tweet about the conference, but didn't participate per se. And there wasn't that big of special news happening. But now we see this year for the 6th conference, we see the end of the ProveX sacrifice happening on that very same day. And so I do, to answer your question with as much information and as long-winded as possible, I do believe that that's not an accident.
I agree. It does look very planned, right? Like we got Hex birthday, Hex conference, exact days, right? So, and yeah, it seems like something that maybe somebody thought about before they put those dates down. And you're right about it being seeming a little stretched out to hit certain dates in a potentially unnatural fashion.
I think we also had the rate increase per day in the past was like 5%, if I remember correctly. This time it's 6.25, which is what you need in order to hit a 10x rate increase. I almost said price increase, but it's not a price because they're sacrifice points. Sacrifice points don't have price. So that's, I believe, a higher peak price than we saw previously, because it's a greater number of days and it's a higher percent compounding per day. But it works out perfectly to where, the number of days in between the Hex birthday and the Hex conference, if you do 6.25, it works out to just almost exactly a 10x increase in the rate, which means it's $10 per 10,000 points, whereas during this previous 21-day period, it was $1 per 10,000 points.
Yep. I think it's important to note that the stream that we're doing today is not official in any way, shape, or form. Like we're not representing Richard. We were not paid to do this. This is just a fan stream. Guys on the internet talking about stuff. That's it.
That's right. And apologies because since I had to switch laptops, I didn't hear Buck enter the room, but I just noticed he's here, and so I've got him on screen.
Hey guys.
I hope I didn't leave you waiting too long. And thanks for joining us.
That was okay. I'm just updating my model with the final numbers. So it's pretty hilarious and amazing. I'm so happy for the community. Richard's back. It's awesome.
Indeed.
So I know some people have been watching us and others have been jumping around to different streams. For the people who have been watching this stream, what did they miss?
Probably a lot of chaotic thoughts from me. I was basically left in the lurch by Dylan, who's my sidekick, who decided to go get engaged today of all days.
What?
And, yeah. And
wow,
so yeah.
Congratulations to him.
No, not congratulations to him. Where's the loyalty?
Right.
Yeah, honestly.
Priorities, eh?
We got engaged tomorrow. Really. So I've been doing all these streams and manning the Telegram and trying to stop Nigerians from robbing people, and coordinating with my dev team, to make sure that the bot's running fast enough. There were so many transactions coming through because people need to sack early. I'm basically telling the team, like, you need to turn the bot on to 11, put it on 11, like in Spinal Tap. And they're Asian, so they have no idea what that means. Like, just make it go really fast. In any case, they got every single person in except for one guy who sacrificed with 10 seconds left, $33 of USDT.
Wow! Congratulations.
Yeah, to everybody except for him. But yeah, everybody else got in on time, so that's pretty good. I'm super happy about that. Hats off to Rackham, who I believe is going to be the biggest whale in the sacrifice. So he's in the number 2 wallet space, but when the coins are all distributed, he's going to be the biggest sacrificer. So he won again. So congrats to him.
All right.
Yeah, and I don't know what Godwell's up to, but there's still time, buddy. you can come in now. But yeah, no, this is really cool. Like, we've got a new narrative to start spinning with ProveX as a community. Hopefully enough people came along on it and haven't missed out entirely. I had a few kind of congrats from the kind of guys that have been really critical about Richard for the past few weeks. They DM me saying, in a very classy way, wow, like, great job. So, I won't name names, but, you can guess the guys that have been the most critical. So yeah, it's amazing. I hope this is the start of something great. It's too early to know yet. We haven't really won anything yet, but it feels like we've won something, and it's nice to kind of feel that way again. Hopefully a lot of people feel that way right now. Everybody who sacrificed has gotten into a Richard Harcoin at a pretty low valuation, and they've just found out that the founder has effectively been playing like a mind game with us for the past 3 weeks, and this was all by design, to keep the valuation low. And congratulations to everybody who saw through it and put in whatever they could. And I think you guys are going to be pretty happy with what happens next. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Awesome. Yeah, well, major congratulations to you for putting in the hard work and staying up long hours and helping people to see the value proposition here and to see through the mind games and to participate.
Yeah. Pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, like your character arc of redemption, is like peak.
Yeah. I'm just like so befuddled by this whole thing. To be honest, like, it's one thing to win. That's nice, but plenty of people have won before. But it's another thing to just be so right about Richard. It's pretty funny. I even put it in, I said it in the spaces and I put it in the Canalon chat. I think Richard's going to give us a video in 2 days' time, and right before the end. And everybody was like, no, you're an idiot. He's not going to do that. He's not going to risk it, all this stuff. And it's like, boom, 45-minute video. And basically you can see the wry smile on his face as he's sort of like, yeah, low valuation is actually a pretty useful thing. It's just beautiful. I mean, this is what it's like when this community is a lot of fun. Right? I can't wait to do it all over again. And hopefully this time we're going to have a product that actually really kicks ass and stands up on its fundamentals as well. And I want to, if you're listening, Richard, like, I want to help however I can. And I'm sure you guys all feel the same way.
Absolutely.
I'm here for the tech.
I'm here for the low valuation turning into like a much bigger valuation, and to actually have something new in crypto that like represents the true values of what crypto was created for, to disintermediate middlemen, and to hold your own keys, to be able to prove things, to apply to sectors other than just finance, even maybe. He did talk about how you could use ProveX to like verify that your Tinder matches are real or something. So not sure if that's in the V1 or not, but
that's yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pie in sky kind of deep in things that he could do. This is all very hard stuff, but I don't know, like, if we can be on a lot of chains and bring a lot of people into the ecosystem and have fun, like be our gregarious selves, our weird gregarious selves, like we should do that again. We should get together, we should party, we should, do meetups, we should do conferences, make people feel like they're part of a family, part of, almost like a religion, right? And we should get back to having some fun as well as making money. And I think there's a real opportunity for that to happen now. Richard's got to, redeem himself to the broader crypto industry a little bit. He's got to, work on that, and, we can help him. And I think we need to start talking well about Richard. I think that's an important thing to start doing. I understand everybody being angry at him. Totally get it. But, now we're turning a new page here, and he's effectively given you guys this protocol almost for free in a way. You paid a little bit for it, but obviously it's a sacrifice, but you've gotten in at such a low valuation that it's almost like being handed something. And, if you can turn that into something good, that's basically a gift in my book. So I'm super excited about what the implications of all this are for the community. And I feel like, everything is possible again in terms of, what we can do. And it's amazing how simple it is, just like that. We're back, to quote a guy. We're live, to quote a guy.
Hey,
yeah,
let's go.
Just like that. So yeah, pretty outstanding stuff. I just want to thank everybody in the community who listened to me give the same stupid, paranoid, conspiratorial investment sales pitch for the past 3 weeks, but I hope it was useful.
Yeah, little differences, kept me entertained.
I tried, yeah. But I thought there was something going on here, and I didn't want people to miss it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm glad a lot of people are coming to the party now. So I know a lot of people wanted a $5 million valuation because they think it's easier for ROI, but it's actually better that there's a lot more of us that got in, because it means there's going to be more stakeholders and more people are going to care about this. Even Rackham got in, despite all the weird things he's been saying. That's good. That's good news as well, right? Like that's, and now we all have a common goal again, as well. We've been fairly splintered, with the different coins and stuff. None of it did very well, but maybe this thing can be the thing that unites people again. So, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
Well, I know that people will be tuning in to your talks wherever you give them, and a lot of people, as you've suggested, will get value from joining the Telegram ProveX pool, because that's where people are having this discussion. I know that there's lots of YouTubers that'll be back in the mix, especially I'm going to try to activate more people by asking them to speak at the 6th annual Hex conference, January 6th through 9th. And I think even on January 9th, as I said before, we'll have some dedicated time to ProveX, because that'll be the official end of the sacrifice period. And I think that there will be, lots of things to celebrate and unpack at that point as well. Before we wrap up, Buck, can you answer one of the questions we had about how does the sacrifice pool work moving forward?
So you can still sacrifice using the pool. If you're going to do that, probably do it today. you're better off. So, but we'll leave it open probably for a week or so. I kind of have to keep it open in case somebody wants to try to compete with us. But looking at the scoreboard, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Like, I think our chances of staying where we are pretty good for the moment.
And how will that affect somebody's rate? Like, let's say if they sacrifice tomorrow and it's 1.13 instead of $1 per 10,000 points, does it just go off of that less, less the bonus fee for volume?
That sounds about right to me. I don't even understand the nuances of that very well, but someone else does. So,
it'll work the way that it's supposed to. It'll make sense.
It'll work the way that it's supposed to. But yeah, I think it gets worse by 6.25. Is it compounded every day?
Yeah.
So somebody much smarter than me, an Asian, does the numbers.
That's good. You got an
Thank
Asian
God
guy.
for them. So yeah, that's awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining. And
I gotta get some sleep now.
Yep. Take care.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Catch up with you later.
Well done, sir.
Awesome. Well, what an awesome wrap to have gotten, the play-by-play and the summary there from Buck as he's drifting off into sleep after staying up for days, making sure that everybody saw the opportunity.
Sure.
And just, trying to give the little guys a chance. I think that's really great what he's been able to do. And I agreed with like all the stuff that he said there about, Pulse Chain being able to be united and have something positive going forward. So I'm really glad he was able to join twice on this stream. And I couldn't have done this without you, Fast Abdul. And so I want to thank you again for co-hosting and for coming on. You're amazing. You rock. You are the most streamingest person on Pulse Chain, and we're really lucky to have you.
I try to be consistent. People need consistency. So I'm here for that. And for the tech, of course. I'm here for the tech.
That's what's up. Well, where can people find you and follow you and keep up with you?
I can be found on Twitter under @FastAbdul, as seen on the screen. You can also check out my various websites, the newest one being vault369.com, which is an up-and-coming stablecoin protocol for Pulse Chain and possibly other chains that may use ProveX for collateral to make a stablecoin, if you're interested in that sort of thing.
All right. And well, I think that pretty much wraps it up. Go ahead and rewatch the earlier parts of this stream if you want to get more of the alpha. If you missed it, make sure to check out Richard's video and just like go out there and spread positivity and remember why we're in crypto. All good stuff. Go ahead and like and subscribe. Leave a comment if you're on replay, gang. And thanks so much for tuning in and watching. We had our final number got up to 2,650 people came across this stream just while we were live. And so we appreciate all of you. I think I'm going to do one of the outros from the Pulse Chain conference, just as like a 40-second video here. So until next time, stake and sacrifice wisely, my friends, and peace out.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I step. Richard is a vet, retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.